Chapter 63. When he heard that the young lady knew Commander Yang, the man quietly put away his gun. When he spoke, his voice was already so weak that it was almost inaudible. Young lady, quickly run over and tell Commander Yang that the target has been alerted. We'll be there soon. Don't talk. Save some energy for when we see Commander Yang. Yi Jian's face was cold and gloomy. The 1.8-meter tall soldier was leaning on her with all his weight. Her footsteps were also steady. Commander Yang was on the phone. When he heard the cold voice coming from the phone, his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Okay, I'll immediately send troops to search. Report as soon as there's any news. The target is the #1 overseas event in the southern province. Please be careful. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. It was filled with boundless killing intent. In 10 minutes, I'll arrive at Fujian town. Yi Qian appeared at the camp sentry post. When the two soldiers on duty saw her, their expressions changed. One called Commander Yang to inform him, while the other ran into the camp with the injured man on his back. Inside, Commander Yang just happened to run out with the military doctor. He immediately placed the injured man on a stretcher. It's a gunshot wound on his left shoulder. He lost too much blood and fainted. The wound may be infected. It needs immediate anti-inflammatory treatment. When Yi Qian saw Commander Yang, she immediately told him all the details she knew. There's a problem with the Spring Sun restaurant. 5 foreign men came to the restaurant. One of the foreign men spoke with a Hongkou accent. He's injured. Hongkou accent. Isn't this? Commander Yang looked deeply at Yi Qian and said in a low voice, Young lady, you might have to work hard tonight. Go back to the dormitory first. The military doctor will come and treat this soldier's wound. Yi Qian slightly narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, Uncle Yang, you only have one military doctor here. I'm afraid one isn't enough. I know a little about how to treat gunshot wounds. Let me go with you. When this young lady spoke, her expression and words always gave people an inexplicable sense of confidence. Commander Yang nodded without hesitation. Okay, you can help. Yi Qian had been in the medical school for more than a year, and his professional knowledge was even better than the medical students. How could he really just be an assistant? But it was true that he could only be an assistant. The 14-year-old Yi Qian had never been exposed to gunshot wounds before. He had only learned some theoretical knowledge in the army. Anti-inflammation, intravenous drip, wound cleaning, removing the bullet and cleaning the wound again. As long as the military doctor needed anything, she would immediately hand it over. She would even use a disinfectant cloth to wipe the sweat of the military doctor who was removing the bullet. When Xia Jinyuan came in, he saw a slender figure standing by the operating table like a sentinel. When she heard his footsteps, she turned around with a scalpel in her hand and looked at him coldly. It's me, Xia Jinyuan, he said in a low voice and took off his combat helmet, revealing his handsome face. He was wearing an army combat uniform. He did not have the elegance he had when he was in the military uniform. Instead, he walked in with the cold air of the dark night, filling the infirmary with the murderous aura of a powerful army. Yi Qian let out a sigh of relief. So it was him. The military doctor was doing a thorough debridement of the devitalized tissue in the contusion area of the wounded soldier's shoulder. Without looking up, he said to Yi Qian, Left camera, prepare the one-time pulse debridement and rinse device. Yi Qian, who only met his gaze, immediately passed the left camera to the military doctor. At the same time, he prepared the one-time pulse debridement and rinse device. After the bullet was removed, he would immediately rinse the wound to prevent anaerobic infection. Chapter 64. Xia Jinyuan took a look and immediately retreated. He said coldly to Battalion Commander Yang, the situation is stable for now. Tell me about the situation here. Miss Jian saw the suspicious target at the Spring Sun Hotel at the entrance of the town. He spoke with a Hongkou accent and was injured. Battalion Commander Yang quickly relayed the information he received. We'll have to wait for the patient to wake up before we know the details. Turning back, his deep eyes glanced at the infirmary with the operating lights on. His thin lips pressed tightly together as he said in a deep voice, "When did she learn how to deal with gunshot wounds?" Her movements were quite skillful, as if she often dealt with gunshot wounds. Captain Xia, you're talking about Miss Jian, right? She's smart and has a good memory. She's been in the army recently, so she probably learned a thing or two. Battalion Commander Yang was afraid that Captain Xia, who had a cold and powerful aura, would be displeased, so he immediately said, "The military doctor said she's fine. She was only allowed to go on the operating table because she knew all the medical equipment." Xia Jinyuan looked at the nervous Battalion Commander Yang and smiled. She's indeed a smart girl. The time on his watch was already 8:37 p.m. He put on his combat helmet and fastened his safety belt. He said to Battalion Commander Yang, "Increase the security in the camp tonight. Don't let that girl escape." "If I don't escape, do you know what those people look like?" Yi Qian walked out of the infirmary and removed his mask. He smiled faintly at the tall figure who had already walked into the night. "Of course, if you knew what they looked like, I wouldn't have to run out." Why did this girl, ever since he had tested her in school, she had been treating him like a little hedgehog? Xia Jinyuan turned around again and smiled at the girl who looked like a little hedgehog. His lips curled into a beautiful arc. "Little girl, can you tell me? Height, appearance, characteristics, we need to know all of them." He had to go along with her. She was a girl who cared about her reputation. As a man, it was gentlemanly of him to go along with her. Yi Qian, who wasn't targeting him, ignored his gentlemanly behavior and said to Battalion Commander Yang, "Uncle Yang, please wait for a moment. I'll be there in 5 minutes." After saying that, she ran towards the dormitory where she slept. Yi Qian turned on the light, laid out the paper, and picked up a pencil. He closed his eyes slightly and recalled the scene at the entrance of the restaurant around 8 o'clock. Speeding motorcycles, glaring headlights, smiling waitresses, gloomy men, and that heavily accented, "Get lost." The memories in his mind froze on the faces of the 5 people, and he began to draw on his homework with the pencil. Yi Qian had drawn her face, facial features, and even her hairstyle. Her drawing speed was very fast. There was not a trace of stagnation in her drawing, nor was there any sign that she needed to erase and redraw. In 2 minutes, she had already drawn a picture. A pair of slender hands quietly took away the finished sketch for her. The owner of the hands just picked it up and looked at it carefully without disturbing Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes, which were as deep as the sea, lowered slightly. He glanced at the little girl who was seriously focused on drawing under the table lamp and didn't seem to notice his appearance at all. A faint smile flitted across his eyes. This little girl was indeed good-looking. Her thick eyelashes were like the feathers of a crow. When she didn't speak, she was elegant and beautiful with a lively temperament. Chapter 65. Yi Qian's drawing skills also surprised him. He only took a second glance at the knight, yet he was able to memorize the other party's face and draw it clearly. This was truly amazing. This portrait is of a man with a Hongkou accent. He has an injury, probably around his waist. When he got off the motorcycle, he consciously covered his right waist. Yi Qian handed the sketch to Yi Qian. "There are 3 more. Give me a moment." Yi Qian, who had entered a state of concentration, had a cold look in his eyes. When he drew with the pencil, a cold light flashed across his eyes. I checked the wounded man's pistol. It was a QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol with a total of 15 bullets. Only 1 shot was fired. If this bullet hit the man with a Honko accent, he should still be in the restaurant and won't leave for the time being. The Type QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol used the Type DAP-92 9mm hard steel core ordinary bullet. The bullet had a low density and strong penetrative power. After penetrating a 1.3mm thick helmet steel plate at a distance of 50 meters, it could still penetrate a 50mm thick pine board. Other pistol bullets could not penetrate steel plate. Based on this, if the other party was really shot, what he had to do now was stop the bleeding and then move. Xia Jinyuan's sharp gaze was already scanning Yi Qian's face a few times. Then, he raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Looks like you learned a lot in the army. You even know this. There are still 2 more portraits. Finish them in 4 minutes. Is that okay?" When he met her cold and calm gaze, Xia Jinyuan decided to use a coaxing and questioning tone to prevent this little girl from having any opinions about him. Young Master Xia, who had lived for 20 years, had always been the one being looked down upon. He never thought that in a small village, he would have to look down upon a little girl. His cold tone softened, making Yi Qian a little uncomfortable. He raised his eyes to look at Xia Jinyuan, then indifferently retracted his gaze. "The other 4 are all side faces. Let me try to see if I can get their faces. Since they are the targets, don't you have any information on them? You don't even have a picture." Her pencil didn't stop moving. She drew on the paper with rustling sounds, but targeted questions came one after another. "Although I don't know how you arranged it, alerting the target and letting your comrades get hurt is the mistake of the higher-ups." The rest of the paintings were still being painted. Xia Jinyuan, who was beside her, was still silent. If it wasn't for his strong aura, she would have thought that he had already left. "You're right, it was my mistake. In the end, there won't be a next time," Xia Jinyuan said coldly. Gradually, his voice became low. He took the portrait from the side and drew a portrait from the front. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian in surprise again. "Every time we meet, you always give me a surprise." Rolling up the workbook, Jun Yan looked at her with a solemn and cold expression. He warned, "Tonight might not be peaceful. Stay in the barracks and don't walk around." Yi Qian put down his pencil and stared at him. He frowned and said worriedly, "How did you get into the restaurant?" "Liao Jian's father is already there. Don't worry, we will make arrangements. There won't be any more injuries to our comrades." Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly at Yi Qian. His tone was cold, firm, and solemn, as if he was making a promise. Chapter 66. His back was long and slender like bamboo, tall and straight like a pine tree. His steps were both incomparably elegant and as sharp as a sword. This was Xia Jinyuan, an elegant yet dangerous soldier. She pursed her lips slightly, stood up, and chased after him. "Captain Xia, I promised to go to my classmate's house tonight." Yi Qian, who had chased after him, turned around and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. She raised her voice and said, "I'm going out now. My classmate must be waiting for me at home." The footsteps downstairs did not stop, so Yi Qian had no choice but to chase after him again. She had to go out tonight. And Jiasun's mother was a doctor. If the target's gunshot wound needed to be stopped or treated, he would definitely look for Jiasun's mother and Auntie Zhou. If he ordered the soldiers in the barracks not to let her go out, she would definitely not be able to go out. The problem was it too late to find Auntie Zhou now? It had been 16 minutes since she found the target. Yi Qian, who could cross 3 or 4 steps in one step, quickly rushed from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. She was fast, but not as fast as Xia Jinyuan. She could only hear his footsteps disappear on the 1st floor. Xia Jinyuan did not turn a deaf ear to her, but because he heard her, he needed to arrange for someone to escort her there. In order to save time, he did not stop to respond. Arrange for a sentry to escort Yi Jian to her classmates. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Dong, dong. It sounded like raindrops. How fast was this guy? Wasn't he afraid of tripping himself? Xia Jinyuan, whose face had turned cold, did not finish his order. He turned around and took a step forward. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, he looked up and saw a slender figure coming straight towards him like a swallow returning to the forest. Yi Qian, who had hurried down the stairs, did not expect him to suddenly appear. She reacted quickly and took a step back. Her right hand was firmly holding on to the stairs. Based on her calculations, she could have stopped and not bumped into him. However, according to what Xia Jinyuan saw, she would definitely fall down like a swallow returning to the forest. At the same time, she opened her arms and subconsciously walked up the stairs. Very steadily, she held Yi Qian tightly in her arms like a mountain. When the sentinel walked over, he saw another scene. The woman chased after him reluctantly. The man, who was also unwilling to part with her, felt the same way. He turned around and hugged the woman. It was a completely romantic scene. Soon, Xia Jinyuan realized how abrupt his actions were. He calmly retracted his hand and smiled at Yi Qian, who seemed to be frightened. Be careful next time. What you did just now could easily make people worry that you might get into an accident. The little girl was really thin. Her waist was so thin that he could wrap his arm around her waist. Yi Qian looked coldly at the man who calmly took a step back. He let out a long sigh and stopped himself from grinding his teeth. Looking at him, he said coldly, I've already steadied myself. You made a mistake. In front of this girl, Xia Jinyuan felt that he was not very good with words. His thin lips curved into a helpless smile. When he turned around and looked at the sentinel again, his handsome face was cold, as if he had never smiled before. The sentinel's expression was a little strange. Xia Jinyuan glanced at him coldly and said in a deep voice, What nonsense are you thinking? Escort her to her classmate's house. Be careful. Chapter 67. After instructing the sentinel, he turned his head to look at Yi Qian, who was still standing on the stairs with a cold expression on his face. He nodded apologetically, withdrew his deep gaze, and quickly left the dormitory. In the Spring Sun Hotel, Liao Yud, who was found on the card table, used a pair of scissors to cut open his bloody shirt. His expression immediately changed. Quick, go to the hospital and find a doctor. If this continues, it'll be bad. The black gunshot wound revealed flesh and blood. Small streams of blood could be seen seeping out of the wound that was the size of a child's pinky finger. A man carrying a steaming stainless steel pot quickly walked into the room. With a click, he locked the door and said to the pale Liao Yud, Brother De, it's up to you now. Inside the stainless steel pot were scissors and tweezers that had been disinfected with boiling water. Someone also took out gauze, bandages, anti-inflammatory drugs, and anesthetic needles from his bag. When Liao Yud heard this, his face turned even paler. He panicked and said, No, Brother Fei, I'm afraid you're injured somewhere. I can't use this bit of fur at all. It'll kill Brother Fei. Turning his head, he said to the man whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper due to excessive bleeding, Brother Fei, I can't touch this man of yours. I'm going to find Dr. Zhou in the hospital now. She's treated gunshot wounds before. Even though the man called Brother Fei had a pale face, his expression was still fierce. When he heard this, his gaze darkened. He gave a look to the person beside him and nodded lightly in agreement. The small town, which did not have many nighttime activities, was already as dark as ink. Those who slept early had already turned off their lights and went to bed. Only a few scattered lights were still on. Yi Qian, who had already arrived at the town hospital, watched as the sentinel escorted him left. He then walked towards the doctor's office. When he reached the corridor, he heard Liao Jian's father, Liao Yud, say anxiously, "Dr. Zhou, hurry up. He drank too much and climbed a tree." Who would have thought that he would fall and be stabbed in the waist by a branch? Sigh, why did I get involved in this kind of thing? Yi Qian observed his surroundings. When he saw that no one was around, he quietly retreated. When she saw Liao Yud leading Dr. Zhou into the dark streets, she chased after them and imitated Jussin's voice. "Mom, where are you going so late at night?" "I'll go with you." At first glance, it really made people think that it was Jussin who had spoken. Yi Qian, who had caught up with them, accidentally bumped into Liao Yud, who was walking behind them. She seemed to have dropped something in her hands. She ran over and held Dr. Zhou's arm. "Didn't I tell you to rest at home?" Dr. Zhou, who was in a hurry to leave, did not notice it. Besides, Jussin was indeed at home, so he did not think too much about it. Liao Yud rolled his eyes and laughed. "Jussin is still up so late, and Liao Jianqing is still doing math. I know you're good at math, so why don't we go and teach Liao Jianqing together?" "Sure, no problem." The reason why he chased after her was because he was worried about Auntie Zhou. Naturally, Yi Qian agreed readily. Dr. Zhou still wanted to reprimand him, but his daughter tugged at his arm. It was only for a moment that he felt that there was something wrong with the daughter beside him. "Auntie, I'm Jussin's classmate, Yi Qian." Yi Qian's sharp senses felt her body stiffen. He held her arm and walked a few steps faster. He whispered, "Something happened. Just treat me as Jussin." Chapter 68. Dr. Zhou still did not understand what was going on, but he started to feel uneasy. Liao Yud, who was behind him, stopped in his tracks. He reached into his pockets with both hands, as if he was looking for something. After touching his pockets, his expression changed. He whispered something to the man who followed him, then turned around and returned to the town hospital. "Let's go, Auntie." The corners of Yi Jian's lips curled up into a faint smile. Her dark eyes looked straight ahead. She was calm without a trace of fear. "Just treat me as Jussin. Treat me as if I want to accompany you for a walk." Spring Sun Hotel was not far from the town hospital. After making a big turn, they could see Spring Sun Hotel at the entrance of the town from afar. It turned out that the lights in the hotel had suddenly gone out. Yi Qian could clearly feel the footsteps of the man who had been walking behind him quicken, but he quickly steadied himself. Spring Sun Hotel was not the only one without power. The entire town was without power. Spring Sun Hotel was a small two-story building. The back of the building was a field, and the front of the building was a road. The left and right sides of the building were empty. If they wanted to sneak in, they would have to turn off the lights to catch them. They had to turn off all the lights in the town to avoid suspicion. "Hurry up," the strange man urged them in a hushed voice. The blackout in the town made the man slightly uneasy. Dr. Zhou did not say anything. He held Yi Qian's hand tightly and almost ran with the medical kit on his back. She wanted to find an opportunity to let Yi Qian run away alone. However, she heard Yi Qian humming a song. He was relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll on a summer night. He hummed until they were almost at Spring Sun Hotel. Then, the faint sound of night birds could be heard. That was Xia Jinyuan's belated response. He was telling Yi Qian that the surrounding area had been deployed. If Battalion Commander Yang had not told him that the person who sent the special communication method was Yi Qian, his response would have been even later. The faint smile on Yi Qian's face instantly disappeared. She reached out and grabbed Dr. Zhou's right shoulder. After grabbing the strap of the medical kit, she turned around and flashed past. She picked up the medical kit in her hand and threw it at the strange man's head. Everything happened so quickly that Dr. Zhou almost screamed. Before she could react, Yi Qian had already pulled her to squat in the dark. Once again, Yi Qian hummed a tune. This was the secret signal used by the troops to signal for the alarm to be lifted. Uncle Jen and Old Chin didn't teach this girl for nothing. A trace of a smile appeared on Battalion Commander Yang's cold and stiff face. He said appreciatively, "You're not careless at all when dealing with them." Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding in the dark, gently loosened his fists. He paused for a moment and said, "She came here with the doctor from the town. This girl is quite loyal. Commander Yang, I'll leave the outside to you." Yi Qian, that bold girl. She really dared. She didn't even consider that she was still a student. As Yi Qian responded to the call of the night birds, several black figures could be seen gliding through the night like cats. Two of them approached the entrance of the hotel. The other one walked to Yi Qian's side and directly dragged the man she had knocked out and disappeared into the night. One of the black figures approached Yi Qian. They were so close that they could feel each other's heat. The black figure asked softly, "Student Yi Qian, you're really disobedient. Are you born rebellious?" Chapter 69. He approached her stealthily. Yi Qian's hair stood on end. She was not used to this kind of close contact. A pair of big, dry hands reached over. Yi Qian pursed her lips and ignored the distance between them. Her slender fingers touched his and started making hand gestures. "Do you understand?" He retracted his hand and asked softly. His breath was so close to her ear. His breath was light, and she could smell the faint scent of mint. Yi Qian, who was not used to it, held her breath slightly. She tilted her head to avoid the man's breath that she thought was invasive. She pulled Dr. Zhou, who was squatting with her, up and said softly, "Auntie, I'll go knock on the door. I'll have to trouble you later." "Okay, be careful." Dr. Zhou could only vaguely feel that there were more people around him. He could not see clearly in the dark, but he felt much more at ease. Yi Qian raised his hand and knocked on the door of the rolling casket. "Who asked my mother to come here for treatment? Where is she? Why is the door locked? There's no one here. Let's go." After he said that, he raised his voice and said, "Mom, let's go. Uncle you drank too much and is teasing us." Footsteps came from the silent lobby. First, the glass door was opened. When the rolling casket door was pulled up, a man's figure appeared. "What's going on? Is there a patient or not?" Dr. Zhou, who smelled of alcohol, asked. "How are we going to see if there's a power outage? Where are the candles and flashlights?" When she spoke, Yi Qian had already walked into the hotel. "It's dark. Let's wait for Uncle Yu to buy some candles before we take a look." It seemed that she could not see clearly because it was too dark. She tripped over something and fell towards the man who was standing like a door guardian. The man, who was not prepared for what would happen to a young lady, was pushed out of the door by Yi Qian. As he cursed, the soldiers who were hidden on both sides quietly entered through the main door while Yi Qian apologized. Behind the house, another two soldiers leaped onto the second floor as if they were leaping onto the roof. Xia Jinyuan did not go in immediately. He hid in the dark and fixed his eyes on Yi Qian. He listened to her apology and heard her footsteps as she entered the restaurant. The moment the man turned around to bring Dr. Zhou in, Xia Jinyuan charged out like a cheetah. He raised his hand high and struck the back of the man's neck. "Auntie, don't panic." Yi Qian gently comforted Dr. Zhou, whose fingertips were cold. He held her hand and spoke calmly into the darkness. "Why didn't you light up a light? Where is the patient?" Xia Jinyuan, who came in later, suddenly heard a man's voice. "What are you shouting for? Wait a minute." This voice. He abruptly raised his head, and his dark eyes were filled with shock as he looked into the darkness. This voice was clearly the voice of the man he had struck unconscious. He was surprised, and so was Dr. Zhou. Footsteps could be heard from upstairs. Someone immediately said, "Brother Fei, get the doctor up here." "And that young lady, Brother Yud, why don't you keep an eye on her?" This young lady insisted on following her mother. "Why don't they go up together? It's good that she's chatting with us." Liao Yud's voice came out of Yi Qian's mouth. In the dark, it made people shudder for no reason. Xia Jinyuan, who understood the situation, did not know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder this young lady was so bold. She was really skilled and daring. Chapter 70. With Yi Qian's words, Xia Jinyuan no longer had to hide his footsteps in the dark. He assumed the role of Liao Yud and hurriedly walked up the stairs. The man who was waiting for them did not suspect anything. He took out a lighter and was about to light the way for them when he said, "Doctor, take your things and watch your step." The lighter lit up for less than half a second. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing combat gloves, reached out his hand at lightning speed to extinguish the light. At the same time, he quickly covered the other party's mouth. He stepped forward and slithered his left hand behind the man's head like a snake. After a muffled sound, the stairs returned to silence. The light flickered again. Yi Qian, who was waiting, saw Xia Jinyuan with a cold expression make a gesture to move forward. When the light went out, she held Dr. Zhou's hand and said softly, "Auntie, there's one last step." The last step was to rush into the room where Brother Fei was hiding and take control of the suspect. The second floor of Spring Sun Hotel was the accommodation. There were only 5 rooms in total. Xia Jinyuan received a report from the soldiers who had infiltrated the second floor. Several waiters had been taken control of, and the target's room was locked in the second room on the second floor. Yi Qian took the initiative to approach Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding against the wall. Just as she reached out her slender fingers, they were grabbed by his strong hand and a hand signal was sent over. "Second floor, second room, 2 people." Yi Qian's voice changed to that of Anjusin. She came up and complained, "If I knew this would happen, would have brought a flashlight. Why didn't I light a candle when it's so dark?" Standing in the second room, she sounded even more dissatisfied. "Uncle Yud, where are you going? I brought you a flashlight. Why are you so nosy?" Liao Yud's voice rang out. Then, the sound of jogging footsteps gradually faded away. The soldiers who were hiding in the dark were stunned. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips with a cold expression. He could not help but chuckle as Anjusin talked about this person and that person. Her acting was indeed very convincing. Dr. Zhou wanted to laugh too, but he could not bring himself to do so at a time like this. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Do you want to see a doctor? You didn't even open the door." He spoke with a town accent. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come here?" This time, Yi Qian was imitating the voice of the man who had been killed by Xia Jinyuan. Inside, Brother Fei, who was lying on the bed, finally opened his mouth. "Light the candle and let the doctor in." There was finally a faint candlelight in the dark room. The candlelight illuminated a corner of the room, revealing Brother Fei's pale and weak face. He said to the man who was protecting him 24 hours a day, "Go and keep an eye on the doctor's daughter. Let the bastard bring the doctor in." He gnashed his teeth as he spoke, his eyes filled with ferocity. The moment the door opened, Yi Qian reacted quickly and pulled Dr. Zhou to the side, giving the front of the room to the soldiers who were ready to attack. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of the door with a gaze as sharp as a sword, raised his right leg and kicked fiercely at the open door. After a loud bang, the wooden door flew into the room. The speed of the kick was fast and fierce. Yi Qian, who was pressed against the wall, felt a strong gust of wind blow past his face. He felt a slight pain. Chapter 71. Dr. Zhou leaned against the wall with his back drenched in cold sweat as he shouted, "Don't move." He slowly sat down on the cold floor. Wind blew out from the room without a door. Yi Qian, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, froze. How could the night wind blow out from the room with the windows tightly shut? She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Xia Jinyuan! Downstairs!" She dashed out of the room like an arrow. She was so fast that Xia Jinyuan did not even have a chance to speak. He pressed down on his headset and listened to the report from his comrades behind the house. As he chased after Yi Qian, he ordered in a deep voice, "Take control of the target and escort her away overnight. Battalion Commander Yang, notify the Power Supply Bureau to restore the electricity." Less than 10 seconds after he gave the order, the lights flickered briefly and the electricity supply in Fujian town was restored. Xia Jinyuan, who had chased her all the way to the restaurant lobby, slowly stopped under the bright lights. He quietly looked at the slender figure standing at the entrance of the restaurant. After a while, he slowly walked over and said with a smile, "Weren't you very powerful just now? Why do I feel like you're disappointed?" Sigh, a little girl will always be a little girl. She may be good, but she's still a child. Her little face was just like the weather in June. It could change at any moment. He chased her to the first floor. Yi Qian could already tell whose footsteps it was. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly and looked up at him with her bright black eyes. "I see the difference between us. The difference between us. How old am I? How old are you?" Xia Jinyuan, who was choked by her words, suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at her serious face and could only stop laughing. He coughed dryly and comforted her. "You're already very good. Your ventriloquism stunned my comrades. How old am I? You'll be scared to death if I tell you." Yi Qian pursed his lips as he looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had suddenly become an understanding soldier. His eyes flickered before a smile slowly appeared on his beautiful face. "It's not a matter of age. It's related to the environment." No matter what she had learned, she was still one step behind since she had never received a systematic command education. That was why she panicked when she saw her target jump out of the window. Who was Xia Jinyuan? How could he not have made arrangements? It has something to do with the environment. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and thought for a while before nodding. He smiled and looked at the little girl in front of him who was very good at reflecting on her shortcomings. He answered her seriously, "It does have something to do with the environment, but in the end, it still depends on one's hard work. Now that you have a first-grade sergeant major and a world-class sniper to nurture you, your environment is already better than many people in this world. They created the environment, and you have to work harder." As he spoke, his voice suddenly became very serious. "They have put a lot of effort into you, so you have to cherish it. Also, I have to remind you that if you want to become a soldier, you have to first understand the meaning of obedience." He was going to settle scores with her. Yi Qian quietly took a step outside. He had only taken one step when Xia Jinyuan grabbed his arm. "Are you trying to slip away?" Chapter 72. Her attitude of admitting her mistake was good, but it was useless in front of him. "You ran down in such a hurry because you were worried that the target would escape. I can understand your intentions." Xia Jinyuan curled up the corners of his mouth and looked at the girl in front of him, who had a pair of starry eyes. His faint smile had a hint of banter. "Your attitude of admitting your mistake is also very good. Are you afraid that I will scold you?" "What am I afraid of? I'm not your soldier." Yi Qian, who had a cold gaze, smiled and said, "Besides, I did go to look for my classmate. I just happened to run into Auntie Zhou. So what if she ran down?" He had already set up an inescapable trap. There was no way he would let Brother Fei escape by jumping out of the window. He was just overreacting. Her answer made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. Then, there was a hint of calmness in his dark and cold eyes. Looking at her, his smile faded a little and he said calmly, "If you were my soldier, Yi Qian, you would end up in a miserable state. There is a rule in military law that states that soldiers who disobey orders and act willfully will be punished with a warning, a serious warning, a demerit, or a major demerit depending on the severity of the situation." At the mention of military law, his expression inevitably became stern. After he finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to Yi Qian's expression, slowly smiled again. "So, Yi Qian, if you want to become a qualified soldier, obeying orders is the first thing you need to learn." When he smiled, he looked even more handsome and elegant. His cold temperament also gained the elegance of a noble young master when he smiled. He was a man who could not hide his nobility even though he was wearing a military uniform. How could he have grown up in an ordinary environment? Every place had its own people. That was why the environment was so important. "Thank you for your advice. I understand." Yi Qian nodded gently and took his advice to heart. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Headmaster Chen and Grandpa Zhen had both personally said this before. However, she had placed her focus on improving her own abilities and had forgotten about this most basic awareness that she should have. The sound of footsteps could be heard. It was the soldiers upstairs. Reporting, "The second floor has been cleared. Inform the police to seal off the scene." His smile faded, and a cold expression appeared between his elegant brows. He turned around, and his straight back already carried the piercingly cold aura of a soldier. "Gather, withdraw." Yi Qian looked over his shoulder and saw that the soldier standing in front of him had a cold expression on his face. From his serious and meticulous attitude, he could tell that he was absolutely obedient to Xia Jinyuan's orders. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Perhaps she understood. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed as he looked at his towering figure. A man like him would not only be able to convince his soldiers with his abilities, but he would also be able to convince his soldiers in all aspects. After everything was arranged, Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian and Dr. Zhou out of the restaurant. Chapter 73. Dr. Zhou was slightly older than the rest. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we will keep this matter to ourselves and will not spread it. You are a doctor and have the noble professional ethics of a doctor. We naturally believe in Dr. Zhou." Xia Jinyuan said gracefully. In front of the people, his attitude was not as cold as steel, but as gentle as a breeze. "I won't see you too often. Once again, I'm very sorry." Xia Jinyuan arranged for a soldier to send Dr. Zhou away first. After she walked further away, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked Yi Qian's forehead lightly. "I didn't have time to praise you just now. You did well, little girl. You really flicked me." Yi Qian was caught off guard and was flicked directly. She held her aching forehead and there was a slight ripple in her indifferent eyes. "This is nothing. One moment you praise me, the next moment you punish me." Xia Jinyuan was already laughing. He was a man who was very good at restraining himself. Even if he was happy, his laughter was low and shallow, and it was refreshing in the night. "You are only 14, not 40. Relax, don't show too much indifference in your eyes. 14 years old is the rainy season. I'm guessing that Captain Xiao's 14 years old is not the rainy season either. There is no indifference in his eyes, but at least he looks unattainable." Facing the unpredictable Major, Yi Jian decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Would a 20-year-old Major live a 14-year-old life like a blooming and rainy season? Was it possible? Thinking about his 14 years old, Xia Jinyuan tactfully kept his mouth shut. The girl in front of him was really smart. It was better for him to say less, in case she made him feel angina. He waved at the soldier who was waiting for his orders. Come, come, come. Send this student back to the recruit assembly camp. He was only 14 years old. No wonder Old Master Xia and Old Master Xia said he was difficult to deal with every day. The 20-year-old himself met the 14-year-old Yi Qian, who was also a difficult girl to deal with. Sigh, he suddenly wanted to call back to ask about Old Master Xia and apologize. Xia Jinyuan made a phone call to Beijing after they got into the car that escorted the suspects back to the city. In the heavily guarded military compound, in a quaint military compound covered with creepers outside, a guard picked up the phone. After greeting him, he trotted upstairs and gently knocked on the door. Commander-in-Chief, the Major called and said that he has something urgent to report to you. At 10:30 in the evening, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had always been on time, jumped out of bed when he heard the call. This guy had never taken the initiative to call. Could it be that something had happened to him in the team? What happened? As soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly heard the words, "Old man, I'm sorry. I suddenly feel that being 14 years old really makes people worry." Commander-in-Chief Xia had the urge to smash the phone. It turned out that he had been worried for nothing. "Brat, just you wait. Old man, send my regards to Old Master Xia. Also, good night." Xia Jinyuan smiled and hung up the phone. Commander-in-Chief Xia was in good health and full of energy. Brat. Can't sleep in the middle of the night. It seemed that he had to make a call and increase his workload. He was always so frivolous. Chapter 74. Xia Jinyuan had always been difficult to deal with. When he was young, he would ask all sorts of questions, and when he grew up, he would still ask all sorts of questions. It was fine if he asked, but he would always ask questions that were difficult to answer. In the eyes of everyone in the family Xia, Xia Jinyuan was the little demon king of family Xia. However, this little demon king was admitted to the military academy in one go, and had performed meritorious deeds several times. He became a major at the age of 20, becoming the youngest major in the family. With such a promising son, Commander-in-Chief Xia could be said to have swept away his previous dispiritedness. When Xia Jinyuan was 14 years old, he had always been proud and elated. This was why, even if he was startled by Xia Jinyuan's inexplicable phone call, he would not be angry. Contact Political Commissar Zhang of the Nongguang military region. Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around, went into his room, put on his military jacket, and then went to the study. The troops deep in the mountains of Fujian town belonged to the Nongguang military region. The night grew darker, and in the latter half of the night, fog began to appear. Standing in front of the window, Yi Jian, who didn't know how long it had been, suddenly felt that her body was wet. Only then did she wake up from her contemplation. When she looked up, she realized that there was a faint line of gray on the distant horizon. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qian, who had not slept the entire night, did not feel sleepy at all. She quickly washed her face and rinsed her mouth with the sound of the military horn at the recruit assembly camp. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had packed up her textbooks, appeared in the canteen on time. Here, Yi Qian only needed to help the cooking squad wash the vegetables and clean up the place. A week's worth of breakfast and dinner would be ready. Yi Qian, who had been here for half a month, was nimble, diligent, and able to endure hardships. All the soldiers in the recruit assembly camp knew her. Morning. Morning. You're up so early. Come on, the pickled vegetable buns just came out of the pot. There are also eggs and steamed buns. Whatever you want to eat, go get it yourself. The leader of the cooking squad was from the northeast. When he saw Yi Qian come in, he happily told her to eat more. The soldiers in the class all agreed that Yi Qian had lost a lot of weight and was much shorter. If he ate more noodles, he would grow taller and fatter. Yi Qian didn't know if it was because he had been eating well for the past half a month, but he really did feel that he had grown a lot taller. After greeting them with a smile, he ate his breakfast and cleaned up the kitchen. She tidied up the kitchen, tidied up the room, and left for school at 6:30. She liked to jog to school. While exercising, she could also strengthen her body. Gao Yang, who was riding his bicycle, once again saw the figure running along the national highway. After a slight hesitation on his cold and handsome face, the corners of his lips tightened a little, and he pedaled his bicycle to catch up. He rode directly in front of Yi Qian and slammed on the brakes. His hands gripped the steering wheel of the bicycle handsomely, and with a twist, he and the bicycle stopped in front of Yi Qian. This series of actions was completed very quickly. He didn't consider whether others would be frightened. He suddenly stopped in front of Yi Qian, who was jogging. Yi Qian's reaction was a little more valiant. In addition to what had happened last night, his subconscious reaction was. He lifted his leg and viciously kicked the bicycle in the middle. Gao Yang didn't expect to be met with a direct kick. He stared blankly as Yi Qian, who had a cold and ruthless expression, kicked out like lightning. She didn't hesitate at all and kicked directly. Clang! Bang! Gao Yang, who had been kicked down with his bicycle, didn't regain his senses for a while. Chapter 75. What am I doing? Yi Qian didn't look apologetic at all. He calmly retracted his left leg and smiled. I should be the one asking you what you're doing. If I didn't react quickly, I would be the one lying on the ground right now. Yi Qian didn't like anyone who had anything to do with Ying. Moreover, this Gao Yang, was a bit too full of himself. Gao Yang, who was in a sorry state, got up in a rage out of humiliation. As he patted the dust off his body, he faintly sucked in a breath of cold air. He rolled up his sleeves and saw that his elbow was scraped and bleeding. Seeing the wound, he angrily looked up and glared at Yi Qian. You're really, I'm really what? Yi Qian calmly interrupted him. You think I didn't kick you hard enough? The faint disgust in her tone caused Gao Yang's face to turn even more ashen and ugly. When his gaze met Yi Qian's ice-cold and emotionless black eyes, his heart turned slightly cold. However, he did not say anything else. His lips were pursed into a straight line. He lifted his bicycle and asked as if he was giving alms, where did Ying go during the May Day holiday? I went to your Shuka village, but I couldn't find her. What did Yi Qian hate the most? People like him the most. As if you should be grateful and honored that he was willing to talk to you. With a cold laugh, Yi Qian didn't look at him anymore and walked over. You're being unreasonable. Yi Qian, stop right there. Gao Yang wanted to ask her something, but when he saw her ignoring him, he suppressed his anger and pushed the bicycle with his left hand and reached out with his right hand to grab Yi Qian's arm. Yi Qian's cold expression had completely turned cold when he chased after him again. Seeing that he still dared to reach out to grab him, a cold glint flashed in his dark eyes. It seemed that he hadn't kicked him enough just now. He didn't learn his lesson. Her patience was running out. She narrowed her eyes and her face was cold. The moment she turned around, she grabbed Gao Yang's right hand with one hand and twisted it forcefully. This boy, who was considered the most handsome boy in school, was in so much pain that he cried out involuntarily. My patience has always been limited. You've done it again and again. Gao Yang, do you think I'm a pushover who can be easily bullied? He increased the strength of his hand, and the muscles in his arm could be seen twisting outwards. Gao Yang was already in so much pain that his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, his arrogance was not reduced in the slightest. He shouted coldly, "Let go of me. Yi Qian. Apologize." The corners of Yi Qian's lips curled up coldly. She grabbed his wrist with one hand and grabbed his shoulder with the other. Removing your arm is just a small matter to me. Her expression was exceptionally cold. Even her eyes seemed to have a metallic glint to them. Her calm tone made it clear that she wasn't joking. Gao Yang's heart froze. He immediately realized that every word she said was absolutely true. She wasn't joking. I apologize. With this realization, no matter how angry Gao Yang was, he could only apologize honestly. I'm very sorry. I offended you. Please forgive me. Yi Qian chuckled softly and slowly released his hands. She raised her eyebrows and the coldness in her expression disappeared. She said lazily, at least you know what's good for you. Let me remind you, Mr. Gao. In the future, you shouldn't ask me about Yiying in front of me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to make you unhappy. Also, Yiying and I don't walk the same path. I don't want to have anything to do with her. After she finished speaking, she picked up her backpack and leisurely jogged again as if nothing had happened. Chapter 76. Fujian town was surrounded by mountains. Although it was poor, the scenery was picturesque. Every morning, Yi Qian would jog along the national highway and look at the mountains and rivers. He always felt exceptionally calm. Even Gao Yang's incident did not affect his mood. Yi Qian's hair was wet from the fog. When he entered the classroom, he saw Liao Jian, who was always late, sitting in the classroom. He was not as noisy as he usually was. He was so quiet that he looked gloomy. When he heard the footsteps of a classmate coming in, his gloomy eyes faintly lit up as he looked up. When he saw that it was Yi Jian, that glimmer of light disappeared in an instant like sparks. He stood up and looked behind Yi Qian. Yi Qian immediately knew what he was doing. He was waiting for Yiying to come over. His father was arrested, so he was afraid, uneasy, and anxious. It was normal for him to be anxious to find someone who could help him. Moreover, Yi Ying's father was the deputy mayor. It was normal for him to look for her. He was the one who was not normal. Since when was his relationship with Yi Ying so good that he could look for her? Yi Qian, here. I have good news for you. Yi Qian calmly looked away as his classmate waved at him. He walked over with a smile. What good news? Why are you so excited so early in the morning? The ones who arrived early were always the few who were good at studying. The top scorer in the liberal arts and science class were both present. The top scorer in the liberal arts, Zhang Na, did not wait for Yi Qian to sit down and said excitedly, the competition for the provincial experimental high school. Which subject did you sign up for? Mathematics. Language, physics, chemistry. Oh, and English. This is an extra point competition. All second and third graders in the province can participate. Next Saturday, the teachers will come to our school. We'll sign up later. The top science student, Zhou Liao, was also excited. He had an extraordinary passion for mathematics. This time, he signed up for the competition. Zhang Na glanced at him, then looked at Yi Qian. Her eyes twinkled. She smiled and said, Then Yi Qian, you're choosing physics? Chemistry. Anyway, you did pretty well in the physics exams these 2 times. Her words immediately put a lot of pressure on the male students who were interested in signing up for the chemistry Olympiad. Yi Qian's Chinese is pretty good too. In less than a month, Yi Qian had already made the top students in the class feel the pressure of competition. The top 3 in this competition would all get bonus points, which would be a great advantage for entering the provincial experimental No. 1 middle school. Yi Jian looked up from the competition registration list and said with a smile, Give me the pen. Yi Jian smiled and said, Give me the pen. He bent down and looked at the application column. A string of beautiful English words that could be used as advertisements appeared on the application form. When Zhang Na saw it, she said in shock, English. English. Would this work? We only learned English in the first year of junior high. Let's register for English first. There are instructions here that a candidate can register for multiple subjects at the same time. All the exams are not done in one go, but in batches. Yi Qian smiled and put down his pen. He looked calm and confident. You guys go first. I'll follow, she said with a smile. The meaning behind her words made the faces of the top students somewhat awkward. Zhou Liao frowned and looked at Zhang Na. He said in a deep voice, the exam is based on ability. Without Yi Qian, are you sure you can get into the top 3? He then looked at Yi Qian, who was backing down for his classmates, and said sternly, don't worry about anything. It's based on ability. Zhang Na was about to cry. Yi Qian patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Really, there aren't many people who want to register for English. Let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll take another test. Chapter 77. I'm not bad myself, so what's there to be afraid of? Yi Qian took his registration form and returned to his seat. He filled in all the subjects except Chinese. He could definitely participate in more of these competitions, especially since his goal was to get into the provincial experimental high school. There were still 10 minutes before the morning self-study session. Liao Jian, who had been fidgeting, suddenly stood up and rushed over, making the tables and chairs squeak. Ying appeared at the classroom door. If Liao Jian hadn't made the tables and chairs squeak, Yi Qian wouldn't have looked up from his politics textbook. The two met at the classroom door and saw a flash of panic in Yi Ying's eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Go outside." She immediately turned and left the classroom, as if afraid that someone would see her. Yi Ying's expression was much easier to read compared to her previous life when she became a government official's wife. Yi Qian's lips were slightly pursed. In his previous life, he graduated from junior high school, but Ying studied in America and became the pride of Fujian town. So much so that when he ran back to Fujian town, he had no choice but to leave and survive cautiously. The biggest turning point of his life had passed. Then, let's see who will be king in the future. Who will be the bandit? What are they doing sneaking around? Since when can a bad student and a good student walk together? And Jiesin, who happened to bump into Zhang Bin, sat down on his seat and said in a low voice, I even saw Liao Jian grab Yi Ying's wrist. He seemed to be very excited. Yi Qian also felt that the two were sneaking around, but this wasn't what she was concerned about. Why do you care? Have you filled in the form? The Provincial Experimental High School has a competition for bonus points for the high school entrance exam. Hurry up and talk to Zhou Liao and the others. Yi Qian said without looking up from his book. He had flipped from the first page to the 11th page. And Jiesin sat up for less than 2 minutes and had already flipped to another page. And Jiesin looked at her as she casually flipped through a page. Her gaze swept from the top to the bottom. Occasionally, she paused for a moment before flipping the page again. And Jiesin looked at her suspiciously. Are you killing time? Even if she were to read books and memorize books, she wouldn't be able to do that. She would only pause on a page for a few minutes. You shouldn't spend your time like this. Let's review. Yi Qian glanced at her with a smile. He didn't explain anything and only said, You finished memorizing everything. The last few chapters of the Constitution are a little difficult to memorize. If you haven't memorized them, I suggest you memorize them a few more times. Who knows, you might pass this time. And Jiesin was a top student in mathematics, so she was not interested in liberal arts. Hearing this, he yawned and stood up lazily. No. Also, it's not a good thing for Ying to be close to Liao Jian. You should be careful. Ying had always targeted Yi Qian, and a few weeks ago, Yi Qian had even embarrassed the narrow-minded Liao Jian. Now that the two of them had walked to the side, it was better to be careful. I know, don't worry. Yi Qian smiled disapprovingly and ended the conversation when the self-study class bell rang. In the city detention center, Xia Jinyuan received the report from the police. His gaze fell on one of Liao Yu's statements. After a long pause, his handsome face darkened as he asked, "How true is it?" Chapter 78. Xia Jinyuan waved the statement in his hand and pursed his thin lips. His voice had already deepened. "I need to make a copy of this statement. Don't inform the local police station about the missing pistol for now. Wait for my news." Liao Yu mentioned that the pistol was still with him when he went to the town hospital to look for Dr. Zhou. However, the pistol was accidentally dropped when he was at the Spring Sun Hotel. There was another important point, and Jiaxin bumped into him when she ran over. That night, Yi Qian was the one who used her ventriloquism to play the roles. In other words, she was the one who bumped into Liao Yu. This little girl. It seemed that he had to go back and look for her. The Municipal Public Security Bureau agreed to Xia Jinyuan's request, but he had to give a reply within 24 hours. After all, the loss of a pistol with 15 bullets was a big deal. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Xia Jinyuan drove the military jeep back to Fujian town. At an intersection waiting for a red light, he inadvertently looked at the opposite side. Jun Yan, who had always been cold, smiled slightly, then turned around and parked the car on the opposite side of the road. Less than 10 minutes after getting out of the car, he walked out of the building with a bag and returned to Fujian town. At this moment, Yi Qian was standing in the teacher's office. Her gaze was cold as she looked at her homeroom teacher. After she said a bunch of nonsense, she smiled and said, "Teacher Ku, don't worry. Although I'm young, I know how to act according to my ability. Since I've applied, I'm confident that I'll pass. You're my teacher, shouldn't you have more confidence in me?" Teacher Ku snorted when she submitted the competition form from the Provincial Experimental High School. Faced with her calm reply, Teacher Ku, who was about to vomit blood, said coldly, "Physics, chemistry, mathematics, and English. Do you think you're a genius? Apply for everything. It's fine if you embarrass yourself in school, but don't embarrass yourself outside." To Teacher Ku, Yi Qian was like a fish bone stuck in her throat. She couldn't spit it out or swallow it down. She had to face it every day and felt terrible every day. "I'm the one losing face. What does it have to do with you?" Yi Qian spoke and smiled. Ming Yan's dimples were even calmer and gentlemanly than a teacher's. Her bright eyes were smiling as she gazed at her own teacher. Her attitude, which was neither servile nor overbearing, made the other teachers have a good impression of her. Yi Qian had originally thought that as long as he could get into the top 3 in one subject, the rest of the competition would just be for fun. Now that Teacher Ku was deliberately making things difficult for him, he smiled faintly and made up his mind. If he wanted to take the exam, he would do it to his heart's content. She really liked face-slapping now. Mr. Ku threw the registration form into the drawer and snorted with a straight face. "You've never listened to my advice. You're so arrogant that you're throwing your face outside. What else can I say?" Hearing what she said, they all laughed and said, "Teacher Ku, if there is such a student in my class who dares to rush forward, I will burn incense every day. You must be happy in your heart." That's right. It's a good thing that students are motivated. As teachers, we have to support them. If they really do well in the exam, won't they bring glory to you and the school? Her colleague's words made Teacher Ku feel even more bitter. If it were any other student, she would be happy. However, it couldn't be Yi Jian. Chapter 79. However, Yi Qian was not affected by her at all. He carried his backpack and walked out of the school gates leisurely. Just as he was about to jog back to the recruit camp like he always did, he heard the sound of a car horn. This was also the signal used by the soldiers when they were driving. Others did not know, but when she heard it again, she immediately looked over. Get in. Xia Jinyuan stuck his head out of the car window and waved at Yi Qian, who had stopped in his tracks. Why are you still standing there? I'll send you back. Little girl, you even know about the automobile soldiers. Don't tell me you've learned all the ways to contact each other in the army. Yi Qian instinctively wanted to reject this elegant yet dangerous man, but when she saw his half-smile, as if he knew everything, she sighed softly and walked over with a natural expression. She opened the door to the front passenger seat and got into the car with a light step. When she smiled at him, her expression was open and honest. This made Xia Jinyuan laugh. You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Or are you deliberately pretending not to know? This little girl is so calm. I don't believe that she doesn't know why I'm here. I don't know. Since Captain Xia specially came to look for me, it must be something important. Yi Qian curved his lips and revealed a faint smile. If Captain Xia didn't tell me, then I really wouldn't know. His thin lips were originally just a faint smile, but this time, his smile deepened. His handsome face was as clear as the moon as he said lazily, Student Yi Qian, your attitude is very bad. You're asking the obvious. I think that there are some things that only one needs to know. I don't need to guess what others think. Yi Qian smiled faintly. Even under the cold military aura, he was calm and composed. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Isn't this the law of war? In just one night, this little girl had improved too quickly. She even knew how to talk to him about the law of war. Xia Jinyuan smiled and glanced at her as he drove. Where did you put it? This thing is dangerous. Moreover, you are not qualified to control it now, and you do not have the qualifications to own it. Although your intentions are good, it's better to leave it to us for safekeeping. It's in the dormitory. I didn't bring it. Since he had already put it this way, there was no need for her to pretend to be deaf and mute. She generously admitted, I didn't touch it. I kept it well and waited for you to come and get it. He was right. Without a proper identity, it would be futile even if he possessed her. Uncle Jen and Principal Chin had taught her well, but she was not someone who would willingly break the law. Moreover, she really didn't care about that gun. He returned to the dormitory and took out a pistol from the bottom of the shoe cabinet. He returned in less than 3 minutes. The car was parked outside. It turned out that Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, was talking to Principal Chin. Under the setting sun, the tall and handsome man smiled slightly. He nodded slightly to Principal Chin, who had said something, and said, then we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 80. Go to the city to buy a few sets of test papers? If not tonight, come back tomorrow afternoon. That was making a mountain out of a molehill. Most importantly, she did not want to travel with Xia Jinyuan at all. She was rejecting him wholeheartedly. How could the perceptive Xia Jinyuan not notice? However, going to the city was unavoidable. He had to take her to the Public Security Bureau to identify her. Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. The smile on his face was a little reckless. I started driving when I was 11 years old. It's been 9 years since then. So, you can rest assured. When he spoke to Principal Chin, his carefree attitude disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Uncle Chin, don't worry. I promise to send you back safely tomorrow afternoon. Yi Qian was still in a daze even after the car had driven dozens of kilometers. She sat there with a cold expression and did not even look at him. Xia Jinyuan was not angry. Instead, he glanced at her from time to time. Xia Jinyuan waited until the car drove out of the winding national highway in the mountains and got on the highway to the city. He then said slowly, it seems that I have offended you again. Your little face is as tense as a bullet. I'm not angry. I just don't want to talk to you. Yi Qian rubbed his eyebrows and leaned against the pillow. He said indifferently, I gave you the gun. Why do you have to make me go to the city? Moreover, you didn't ask for my permission before this. So that was the reason. Xia Jinyuan smiled and apologized to her. I did need to take you to the city. I'm really sorry for not telling you in advance. But... Captain Xia, I don't like someone making decisions for me when I don't know anything. Yi Qian interrupted him rudely. He turned his head and looked at him coldly. I really don't like it. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan realized that he had stepped on this girl's minefield. The smile on Jun Yan's face faded slightly. When he spoke again, his clear voice was filled with absolute respect for Yi Qian. I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I only cared about considering things from my own perspective and did not consider your feelings. That's right, I can't look at this little girl as if she's a minor. I have to treat her as an adult. About the pistol, I still need you to go back to the Public Security Bureau with me. Don't worry, you won't be implicated. If the Public Security Bureau wants to know where the pistol went, they need a record. The Municipal Public Security Bureau only gave me 24 hours, so I have to take you back tonight, Xia Jinyuan said seriously, explaining the whole thing very thoroughly. And his apology and respect made Yi Qian understand his position. Although his expression was still cold, at least they could continue the conversation normally. I also need to apologize. I should have handed it over in time. Yi Qian was not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, she had a very clear personality. Actually, when she heard that he had to go to the city, she had already guessed something. The coldness she displayed was only to let the other party know what her persistence and her principles were. Her predecessor had suffered a loss because of her lack of persistence, so she had been defeated her whole life. In this life, she had to let everyone who knew her know that she had her own persistence and principles. No one could change her. Chapter 81. They set off at 6 in the evening and didn't enter the city until 11 at night. Xia Jinyuan looked at the city's night sky. There were flashes of lightning in the clouds at the end of the sky. It seemed that there would be a heavy rainstorm in the sky. He didn't wake up Yi Qian, who had already slept for a few hours. He smiled and drove into the gas station. When the car stopped, Yi Qian woke up with a start. His eyes were clear and there was no hint of drowsiness in them. This was a sign of alertness. The moment he opened his eyes, his mind was absolutely awake. Looking at the flashing clouds in the sky, Yi Qian frowned and said, "There's going to be a storm. How long until we get to the police station?" "We'll be there in 20 minutes. The bathroom is in front and the convenience store is next door." After turning off the engine, Xia Jinyuan took out his wallet and handed it to Yi Qian. "We need something to fill our stomachs. The police station is famous for being stingy. We won't even get a meal when we get there." He was indeed hungry. Yi Qian took the black wallet that still had his body temperature and went to the convenience store. He bought 2 bottles of milk and 2 packets of wafers and walked out with the bags. In front of her, a man and a woman pushed the door open, talking and laughing. Yi Qian had already retreated to the side, but the man who was flirting with the woman did not avoid her at all. His shoulder directly bumped into Yi Qian. A faint smell of gunpowder wafted over. Yi Qian saw a small black handle in the man's flipped sports jacket. It was a Ruger KP-94 handgun made of stainless steel and fired 9x19mm bullets. Yi Qian could tell what kind of gun it was just by looking at the handle. The unique characteristic of the gun was that its parts, from the sleeve, barrel, handle, and socket holder, to the small parts inside, were all made of stainless steel. Illegal gun possession. Yi Qian couldn't help but take a second look. As soon as they walked out of the convenience store, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky, followed by a sudden clap of thunder. The power of nature instantly shook people's hearts. The torrential rain fell without warning. Paw paw, the sound of the rain hitting the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was shrouded in a curtain of rain. When Yi Qian returned to the car, he whispered to Xia Jinyuan, who had gotten into the car after him, "I met a man and a woman in the convenience store just now. The man had a Ruger KP-94. I've memorized his appearance. Do you have a pen and paper? I can draw him for you to see." After a pause, he continued, "The man looks a little similar to Brother Fei. The only difference is that he's a little younger. The way he speaks doesn't sound like a Chinese. Instead, he sounds like he grew up overseas." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to start the car, took out a pen from his pocket. Then, he turned around and easily picked up the plastic bag on the back seat. He took out a book from the bag and flipped to the last page. He pointed at a blank page and said in a deep voice, "Draw it and show it to me." His slightly cold voice sounded even colder and fiercer in the sound of the rain. Brother Fei has always had contacts overseas, but they haven't been able to break through yet. Short hair, a scar on the left ear. Yi Qian took the pen and started drawing on the blank page. He first drew the characteristics, then the facial features. Next, he noted the height, approximate height, what kind of clothes they wore, what kind of shoes they wore, and even the color of their socks. In the convenience store, after the man with the strange accent asked some questions, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes and walked out with a sexy woman in his arms. He didn't immediately get into the car. Instead, he looked at the sudden torrential rain and a trace of malice flashed across his face. Chapter 82. The portrait of the man was finished. Xia Jinyuan glanced at it and his handsome face instantly turned as cold as a sword. He glanced at the empty gas station and pursed his lips as he said to Yi Qian, "We need to go on an adventure. Do you want to prepare yourself? Drive. Don't worry about me. I can still protect myself." Yi Qian closed the book and put it aside without even looking at what book it was. He picked up the second book. This time, he saw it clearly. It was a book about war and soldiers. Why would he read such an entry-level military book? As this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly started drawing the woman's facial features. The car had already driven into the heavy rain. In order to catch up with the imported car, the car sped up instantly. The momentum was so strong that Yi Jian's entire body fell in front of the windshield. However, the pen in her hand was steady. Not a single stroke was out of place. After the woman's portrait was finished, Xia Jinyuan removed a communication device from the roof of the car. He drove with one hand and pressed a special contact number. After the call is connected, get them to contact the city's transportation team. Have them monitor all electronic devices in the city. At a sharp turn, Xia Jinyuan handed the communication device with a flashing red light to Yi Qian. "Make it short. Just say what you want to say." A few seconds later, the flashing red light turned green and a capable voice answered. Yi Qian heard Xia Jinyuan say something like, "Q King." The voice of the person on the phone suddenly became very serious. "J7 Roger. Dongfeng North Road, BMW U67689. 2 suspects have been found. Transportation team assistance. Target locked." A cold female voice replaced Xia Jinyuan's voice. The person on the other end of the communication device immediately knew that there was someone else in Q King's car. And it was a girl. Xia Jinyuan didn't pay attention to her. The car made 2 turns and caught up with the imported BMW, which was also speeding through the rain. The heavy rain obstructed the view and also increased the risk factor. If the car was too fast, it was very likely that it would slip and roll over. At this time, Yi Qian could only trust the driver. Yi Qian took the pistol out of the compartment and said to Xia Jinyuan, who was focused on driving, there are no cars on the road. If we follow closely, there is a high chance that we will be discovered. It would be best if we could destroy the wheels. How confident are you? Obviously, he had listened to her suggestion, but he wasn't sure if she was confident or not. Yi Qian loaded the gun and raised it. He narrowed his eyes and took aim. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "The gun is a little old, but the accuracy is not bad. As for the confidence, even if it's not 100%, it's at least 99%. No, I need to be 100% confident." Xia Jinyuan said coldly and stepped on the accelerator again. The sound of the motor increased, and even the thunder in front of them did not slow down the speed of the car. Fortunately, it was a military jeep. Although it looked no different from an ordinary car, its performance was excellent. When they reached the next intersection, the imported BMW suddenly turned left and rushed onto another road. J7's voice came from the communication device. "The target car has been locked. It is now entering Princess Road. Q King, please note that there are factories under construction north of Princess Road. There are no surveillance devices at the moment." They needed to force the imported BMW onto another road. They definitely couldn't go north of Princess Road. Yi Qian looked at the road sign that flashed by. His delicate lips pursed and his eyes darkened. "It's too late. We have already entered Princess Road. The target has been discovered." Chapter 83. Whether or not they were discovered was secondary. The most important thing was that they had to apprehend the suspect in the car. Regardless of whether he was Fei Ji's overseas contact or not, he still had to be arrested for illegally carrying a gun. North of Princess Road was an area that had been redeveloped in the city over the past 2 years. It was also an electronic industrial zone. Not only were many buildings still under construction, but some residential areas were also under construction. The only fortunate thing was that there were few people and it was raining in the middle of the night, so the possibility of endangering the safety of the people was much lower. They didn't have a map, not even a planning map, so it would undoubtedly affect the arrest. Xia Jinyuan wasn't very familiar with the traffic in the city and relied on the help of the traffic brigade. Yi Qian didn't pay attention to the road ahead. Instead, she stared at the road signs on both sides of the road. The speed of the car and the torrential rain didn't affect her. In the blink of an eye, she had already accurately reported the road sign that she had just seen clearly. Princess Road North Avenue, Huanzhong intersection. The road sign standing in the heavy rain was at least 500 meters away from them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qian accurately reported the location. 5 kilometers, Chu Yuan intersection. Right, Chuli Road is Broken Head Road. Both sides are flattened bases. As J7's report came through the communication device, Xia Jinyuan, who was tailing the suspect's car, accelerated to 250 kilometers per hour. The entire car was like an arrow released from a bow, rushing out in the rain with a fierce momentum. Yi Qian, who was still fearless, gripped the communication device tightly. Her clear and childish voice contained a calmness that shouldn't be present at 14 years old. She said calmly, "Please dictate all the traffic plans north of Princess Road." Xia Jinyuan glanced at her from the corner of his eye. This girl wants to draw a map in her mind. If it were someone else, Xia Jinyuan would definitely smile faintly and not take it to heart. But for Yi Jian, even though she was only 14 years old, her calm demeanor that was as deep as water and as clear as water made people think that there was nothing that could stop her. This girl had a coldness that surpassed her peers. She wasn't impulsive, only calm and indifferent. Her splendor that was like water and mountain was already eye-catching enough to make people look up to her. As J7 spoke, Yi Qian's brain worked like a high-speed computer. What she needed, as well as what Xia Jinyuan needed, appeared in her mind, a map. The speed of the BMW is 256, the distance is 800 meters. Increase the speed to 280. We can catch up in 2 minutes. Not only did a map appear in his mind, but he also calculated accurately in his mind and reported a set of data. In 5 minutes, speed 280 km per hour and forced the other party into Tsuli Road. What did Yi Qian do the most in his previous life? He was running away. The only way to escape safely was to memorize every street in every place. How could carrying a computer be more convenient than carrying one's own brain? She had to familiarize herself with the streets, exits, and small paths once she was in a place. Her many years of habit had finally become the capital she relied on to survive. It had also become an ability that ordinary people could not compare to. Xia Jinyuan's immature voice was firm and confident. Xia Jinyuan's choice was to trust him. Remember, Yi Qian. I need you to be 100% sure. Xia Jinyuan reiterated again and began to increase the speed of the car. Chapter 84. The maximum speed of the modified military jeep was 290 km per hour. If it reached 280 km per hour, the slightest problem at the front would cause the entire car to overturn. The corners of Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly as she said indifferently, 100% confident. If you believe in it, then I believe in it. Her indifferent voice was still calm, and even a little indifferent and lazy. She was really not afraid. Facing the possibility of death, she would face it calmly. Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and his dark eyes were full of admiration for her. This little girl is really not bad. Old Master Zhen and Uncle Qin had put in so much effort to cultivate her. Their foresight was indeed unique. A piece of unpolished jade had already been polished to the luster that a piece of fine jade should have. There was no need to doubt whether this little girl could make a name for herself. He absolutely believed that she would succeed in the future. 256 km per hour, 260 km per hour, 270 km per hour. Yi Qian stared at the changing speed on the dashboard and tacitly agreed that it had reached 60 seconds. Under Xia Jinyuan's calm gaze, the distance between the car and the speeding BMW narrowed. In the BMW, the sexy girl turned her head to look at the jeep that was about to run parallel to them. There was no fear on her beautiful face. Instead, she giggled and said to the man driving, "Jason, they've caught up. It looks like they won't let go. I couldn't ask for more." The man laughed out loud, and his cold face was filled with madness. They actually lost so many people in such a small place. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I quench my anger? The girl's laughter grew louder. Her hand with bright red nail polish gently stroked Jason's thin face. There was a trace of coldness in her beautiful eyes, like that of a venomous snake. Jason quickly glanced to his left, gritted his teeth, and cursed, "Damn it." Without slowing down, he made a sharp right turn and rushed into Chu Yuan Road. The tires screeched against the ground, and water splashed everywhere. Under the high pressure, the water was compressed into mist, instantly blurring the line of sight of the cars behind. The two cars sped up to the highest speed on the empty road. They were both ruthless and willing to risk their lives. Yi Qian loosened the safety buckle on the front passenger seat and bent over to the back seat. She looked like a soldier who had calmly walked onto the battlefield. She was counting softly with a cold expression on her face. 1, 2, 3. The car window was lowered, and the rain poured into the car. In a second, Yi Qian's face and hair were all wet. With a cold expression, she stuck a loaded pistol out of the car window. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan accelerated to 290 km per hour and rushed in from the right side of the BMW. This was the second time the two of them had worked together. With the prior communication and the trust they had built, the tacit understanding throughout the entire process was as natural as flowing clouds and flowing water. Yi Qian aimed at the BMW's rear wheel. Her dark eyes were filled with cold tears. The speed of the car, the impact of the wind, the impact of the drag. The string of numbers flashed through her mind like jumping cymbals. Then, she fired without hesitation. Compared to the sound of thunder and torrential rain, the sound of gunfire seemed insignificant. After a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The BMW, whose tires had been shot, lost control and flipped to one side. It made an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other as it spun toward the construction site on the right side of Chuyuan Road. Chapter 85. Jason and the beautiful woman in the car had never imagined that they would be forced to stop in such a way. After the car flipped over, it spun like a top and rushed to the side of the road. At this time, the high-performance car reflected the value of the price. The airbags popped out and surrounded the two people. Even if the sky and earth were turned upside down, at least their brains were not damaged. Moreover, the car was going straight towards the foundation of the car. In the heavy rain, the foundation of the soil had become exceptionally soft, which obstructed the strong spinning force and protected the people in the car. The reason Yi Qian climbed to the back was because the two of them agreed that when the right side of the car was hit, the driver would quickly do something that would benefit him if there was no way to turn the steering wheel towards his left side. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. Behind the car was a scene of sparks flying everywhere, but inside the car. Yi Qian closed the car window again, put away his pistol, and wiped the rain off his face. Qin Yan's face lit up with a faint smile. Done, I'm 100% sure. She wouldn't gamble on anything that wasn't 100% certain. Gambling was something that needed to be judged according to the situation. Why should she gamble on something like this, which was completely dependent on her ability? Xia Jinyuan, who had already stepped on the brakes, turned the car around and returned to the scene after the car had traveled 200 meters due to inertia. Hearing this, she raised her clear voice and said happily, "Well done." It was so beautiful that it was impeccable. The car stopped in the heavy rain. Xia Jinyuan didn't immediately get out of the car to check. Instead, he said to Yi Qian, "With your ability to adapt, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to drive." If anything happened, she could still drive away immediately. As a soldier, Xia Jinyuan was used to arranging an escape route. As Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, he had already started explaining how to start the car and how to drive. Refuel, brake, one to go, the other to stop. You can control the steering wheel yourself. Turn left, turn right. Listening to his explanation, Yi Qian sighed softly in her heart. She thought to herself, this is probably the most irresponsible driving instructor in the world. It's obvious that he's leaving the students to fend for themselves. You mean, you get out of the car, and I'll watch from the parking lot? Yi Qian sat there patiently while looking out the window. However, he didn't intend to let him go. He looked at him with a faint smile and said, "I don't think this behavior is out of responsibility for my safety. Captain Xia, we have fought together twice. We can't be considered comrades, but we can still be considered partners." Yi Qian did not say anything else. He believed that with his intelligence, he would definitely understand what he was trying to say. How could he not understand? He had experienced how poisonous the little girl's mouth was. However, when it came to such matters, Xia Jinyuan kept the faint smile at the corner of his lips and spoke in a cold tone as if he was speaking to his own soldiers. "Yi Qian, I order you to stay put and wait for further orders. Apart from being a business partner, you are also a student. Even though I have seen your ability and strength, I am a soldier. You are a soldier, and you are a student. Soldiers protect the country, and the meaning of home is you. Your family, your friends. You. This is my duty, and it is also our principle as a soldier." Chapter 86. What was a soldier? Soldiers were the cornerstone of a country. They were born in peace, but they could die in war. When the horn was blown and the war song was played, they, who guarded the country, would definitely be at the forefront. Soldiers were the most intimidating and lethal people in a country. They were worthy of dying for the sake of war. Even if they died for the people, their souls would still be there. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, whose gaze was cold and hard, but who used his life to explain what a soldier was. The faint smile on her face gradually disappeared. It was no longer casual, but filled with respect. He nodded his head lightly and only said one word, "Okay." It was a promise and also a guarantee. "Good girl." Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand and smiled. "Stay here. I'll be back soon. Also, call the ambulance." After he finished speaking, he opened the car door, got out of the car with a cold gaze, and walked into the torrential rain. His tall and slender figure was as imposing as a mountain. With the indomitable spirit of a soldier, he walked toward the overturned BMW. Yi Qian quietly looked at the back view that was as majestic as a mountain. She hummed softly, "You won't know me in the age of white pigeons flying. My name isn't as prominent as the stars. In the days when the smoke of war is gone, you won't pay attention to me. My story will be drowned out by the song." In the most dangerous times, there was always a group of people who rushed to the front and shielded you from the wind and rain. Major Xia Jinyuan, who had rushed into the rain, was one of the members of that group. After dialing 120 for the ambulance, Yi Qian, who stayed in the car, felt that time was passing very slowly. He was suffering. He quietly looked outside and watched Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to check the situation inside the car with a flashlight. The rain had already soaked him, but it didn't affect his cautious actions. After checking, he climbed to the car door that was facing the sky. After a while, Yi Qian saw him open the door. Seeing this, Yi Qian was already frightened. He knew that Xia Jinyuan would definitely check carefully before opening the door, but he still couldn't help but worry. Without hesitation, he opened the car door and rushed out in the heavy rain. She just walked over and stood behind the car. She raised her head and didn't even blink when the rain poured into her eyes. Her dark eyes looked at the man standing on top of the platform, who was as imposing as a god. She said softly, "The relationship between the people and the people is as thick as water. Comrade soldier, occasionally, as civilians, we can also be your backing. Isn't that right? At the very least, she would stand here and watch for him. Once there was danger, he would rush forward without hesitation. Protecting us is your unshirkable responsibility. Then, please allow me to contribute my meager strength to you." The girl's voice was not loud. It was clearly as light as dripping water, but it carried a power that could penetrate stone, allowing him to clearly hear every word she said. Those clear and calm eyes quietly looked at him. In her eyes, he had already seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. His thin lips slightly raised, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "You're a very stubborn partner. I really have no reason to reject you." The first person to be dragged out was the beautiful woman who had fainted. In her hand, she was holding a delicate and small pistol, which was obviously specially made in the military factory. The gun was confiscated, the bullets were removed, and the person was dragged to the side. Yi Qian, who was standing in front of the car, shone his flashlight so that Xia Jinyuan, who had already entered the car, could easily drag out the other suspect. Seeing that the unconscious man was about to be dragged out, Yi Qian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 87. Seeing that the unconscious man was about to be dragged out, Yi Qian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan shouted in a deep voice, "Get out of the way." Yi Qian, who had sensed the impending danger, arched her body and leaped forward like a nimble cat when she heard his shout. The glamorous woman, who had thought that it would be easy to sneak up on a little girl, was visibly surprised. She let out a soft, without pausing, she raised her leg and kicked Yi Qian again. In the thick yellow mud, Yi Qian nimbly flipped over twice in a row and was already squatting on the ground. Like a cheetah, she looked coldly at the beautiful woman who had ambushed her twice in a row. He shone the flashlight directly at the woman's face and turned on the strong light mode. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jinting jumped up with a cold look in his eyes. He attacked the beautiful woman who was holding an extremely thin silver wire in her hand. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, saw that Yi Qian had actually taken the initiative to attack. His heartstrings tightened again. He didn't know if she could handle the suspect. He was still dragging the other suspect, so he let go without hesitation. He bent his body and retreated outside, intending to help Yi Qian. It turned out that the unconscious Jason had opened his eyes groggily after being dragged, pulled, and let go. They weren't injured, but they had fainted due to the lack of oxygen in the high-speed rotation. Now that he had woken up, his first instinct was to pull out his gun and shoot at the side of the car door. Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian fighting outside. Seeing that she was fierce, he relaxed slightly and punched the man who was still trying to pull out his gun. His fist landed on the man's nose, easily causing him to bleed. The car flipped sideways. The fight between the two adult men in the car caused the whole car to shake. With a bang, the car fell and flipped back. The tremor made Yi Jian feel as if the entire ground was trembling. She didn't look back, but focused on dealing with the glamorous woman who was holding an extremely tough silver wire. In the army, she had fought with soldiers before, but this was the first time she had fought with criminals. She wasn't afraid, only slightly excited. The restless fighting spirit in her body became restless, and it struggled even more with Yi Qian's punches. Standing in the rainy night, Yi Qian, who hadn't even had her period, was no different from a child in the eyes of the other party. There was no need to be afraid of her. The glamorous woman flipped the wet hair on her forehead and smiled coquettishly. "Little girl, why aren't you properly in school? Why are you joining the fight with a soldier? I'm not your teacher. Little girl, you're really unlucky to have met me." As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness flowed out from the corners of her eyes. The silver wire in her hand, which was made of a special material and was usually used as a hairband, was gently pulled between her two hands. Yi Qian seemed to hear the zhing-zhing sound of the silver wire. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was small, his aura was not small. He smiled coldly and said, "Sister, you're old, and I happen to be the kind of person who doesn't want to respect old people. So, you're really unlucky to have met me." Chapter 88. It was raining heavily, and under the dim yellow light of the street lamps, the woman in front of him still had to tidy up her messy hair from time to time. It was obvious that she paid a lot of attention to her image. Usually, people like her had a common problem: they were only allowed to call her young, but not old. Calling her old was like stepping on a landmine, it would explode with one step. As expected, the woman's expression immediately twisted when she heard that. Her delicate makeup was washed away by the rain, and her expression was so twisted. She really wasn't a young woman. "Little girl, you're asking for it." The woman took a step forward with her long legs, pulled the silver wire in her hand, and wrapped it around Yi Qian's neck. She wanted to use the shortest time possible to get rid of this silly little girl who mocked her for being old. This was a woman who was used to killing people and had no sense of guilt. Her indifference to human life could be seen from her twisted expression. Little did she know that this silly little girl was a thorn that couldn't be touched. Yi Qian calmed down slightly. His gaze swept past the silver wire in the woman's hand that could be wrapped around his neck at any time. The moment she rushed over, he kicked the woman's thigh fiercely. Then, using her big foot as a support point, she stepped on the other party's leg and soared into the air. Using her right knee, she fiercely hit the girl's chin with a majestic force. His agile body spun like a swallow, then landed nimbly on the ground. The moment he appeared, he dealt a heavy blow to his opponent. If Xia Jinyuan didn't want to capture Jason alive, he would have clapped his hands and cheered. The beautiful woman was hit by Yi Qian on the spot. Her chin hurt as if her bones were fractured, and she saw stars in front of her eyes. Damn it! I'm going to kill you today. Knowing that she had underestimated her opponent, the woman covered her chin and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. She looked at Yi Qian warily and took off her tight denim jacket. Yi Qian was someone who wasn't afraid of threats. He wasn't afraid in his previous life, and he definitely wouldn't be afraid in this life. Hearing this, her delicate lips curved slightly. I don't think there's a chance that you can kill me. If you don't believe me, you can try. He purposely added a hint of provocation in his words. His gaze was locked on the silver wire in the other party's hand that occasionally flashed with a cold light under the street lamp. Her gaze was heavy and cold, and the rain-stained face of Ming Yan contained a ruthlessness that did not match her age. When the girl, who was originally extremely confident, met her gaze, it made her heart tremble for no reason. If we can win, then we don't have to give them a chance to rebuild their confidence. While Uncle Jen's words echoed in his mind, Yi Qian, who had seen clearly and remembered how his opponent nimbly pulled the silver thread in his hand, was like a cheetah in its first battle. It flashed its sharp claws and attacked again. Although it was his first battle, he had trained with the elite soldiers in the army. Perhaps it was because she had been tainted with the ruthlessness of a soldier in battle, but her clear eyes were also filled with ruthlessness. The best defense was an offense. If she was confident that she could win, then she had to win beautifully. Next to them, Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished the fight, knocked out the suspect and tied him up with clothes. Then, he looked at the ruthless girl with interest. She was like a little cheetah, beating her enemy until he was in a sorry state. The beautiful woman had gone from her initial arrogance to fighting back in a sorry state. The thin silver wire in her hand had always been her life-saving and killing weapon, but this time, it was useless. There were a few times when she almost injured her hands. Chapter 89. The girl's punching routine was sanda, which was integrated into the Japanese taekwondo routine. Therefore, she used more kicks than punches. Even Yi Qian couldn't bear to end such a rare battle. Grandpa Jen once said that theory and actual combat were indispensable. Sometimes, a powerful battle was better than understanding countless theory books. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she had intentionally prolonged the battle at the end so that she could use all the techniques she had learned on her opponent. A smart girl always had a smart way of doing things. That student over there, don't treat people like cats. Don't forget, we still have serious business to attend to. He laughed and raised his voice. He also wanted her to have more actual combat experience, but time was a little tight. He still had to send her back to school tomorrow. The girl was still growing. If she got wet, she might get sick. One was fighting with ease, while the other was watching from the sidelines. The girl, who was already at a disadvantage, became even more flustered. Faced with this little girl who was clearly still a child, but had such a ruthless gaze, she couldn't help but feel a trace of uncertainty when she kicked. Her long leg swept over again. It looked like she had already dodged Yi Qian. Ming Yan's face lifted slightly, but there was a sinister smile. She said to the girl, "Sorry, your leg is quite powerful. I'm sure you can escape quickly." She smiled slightly, but her words were filled with bloodthirst. "So, I have to destroy it." Her smile faintly contained a hint of bloodthirst. The girl, whose heart couldn't help but tremble, sensed the approaching danger. In her panic, she actually tried to retract her long leg. How could she possibly give her the chance to escape? Yi Qian's dark eyes were cold. He moved as fast as lightning, his right hand grabbing the girl's ankle. Amidst the girl's scream, Yi Qian's left hand formed into a palm. Holding rainwater, he viciously and fiercely struck her knee. As a person who had experienced life and death, Yi Qian, who had seen through life and death, couldn't possibly have the heart of a saint, no matter how young his body was. Or rather, it was laughably compassionate. In front of her was a criminal who was indifferent to human life and said that he wanted to kill. How could she show mercy to a criminal? Amidst the girl's shrill screams, Yi Jian, with a cold expression, grabbed both of her hands and clasped them behind her back. She then picked up the denim shirt that the girl had thrown aside and tied it up beautifully. "Little girl, you've learned quite a lot. Come, tell me, is there anything you don't know?" Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who even tied a knot like a professional. While admiring him, he also thought, his talent is amazing. In less than a month's time, he had undergone an astonishing transformation, as if he had been reborn. With a smile, Yi Qian let go of the girl who was still screaming in pain. She clapped her hands and said indifferently, "There's one more thing." She paused intentionally, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in her smile. "I don't know how to kill." The smile on Xia Jinyuan's thin lips faded slightly. Then, with a hint of heaviness in his voice, he sighed softly and said, "If possible, no one wants to learn how to kill. Little girl, you. But as long as I walk down the path that Captain Xia once walked, I think, learning how to kill is only a matter of time." Compared to the heaviness in his voice, Yi Qian was clearly much more relaxed. Chapter 90. The reason why she was so relaxed was because she had come to terms with her past and knew what her goal was. Yi Qian looked up and smiled. "What's there to be afraid of, even if my hands are stained red with blood, if I kill to protect the peace of the country?" Principal Chen and Master Zhen had always taught her that, in order to protect the peace of the country, and to protect the dignity of the country, even if her hands were stained with blood and she became the target of the enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Xia Jinyuan, who did not speak immediately, patted her shoulder gently. He stared at her with his deep dark eyes and said word by word, "Student Yi, remember what you said tonight. When you have a legal gun license, I look forward to fighting alongside you again." Because he said that she did not have a legal gun license, she did not shoot the suspect in the dangerous fight just now, even though she had the opportunity to shoot him dead. From this, he could tell that this was a girl who could restrain herself and had light in her heart. He was worried that the murderous intent in her heart was too strong, but after hearing her words, he immediately felt relieved. "I'll get the police car and ambulance to stop at the intersection. Get in the car first, I'll take care of things here." Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian worriedly. Not only was he soaked, but he was also covered in mud. His dark eyes flickered. "Don't go to the Public Security Bureau for now. Go to the reception center to wash up first." Yi Qian raised his arm and looked down at himself. He smiled and said, "The first time I met Principal Chin, I stood in the rain for almost an hour during the first class." In other words, this was not a big deal. She was not as delicate as the girls in the capital, nor as arrogant as the girls in the city. Instead, she had the pride to endure hardships, a beautiful heart, and a pair of bright eyes that could see through the vanity of the world. It was a pleasure to talk to such a girl. Sitting in the car, Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was still standing in the rain and talking to the soldiers. His majestic back subconsciously fell into her heart. Although she did not want to interact with such a dangerous and charismatic man, she had to admit that he was a very outstanding soldier. When they arrived at the reception center, Xia Jinyuan directly took a set of short sleeves and shorts for female soldiers from the front desk and handed them to Yi Qian along with the room card. "Room 306. I'm 307. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." The two of them were only separated by a wall. Yi Qian entered the shower and stood under the shower head. She closed her eyes and looked up. Immediately, there was muddy yellow water under her feet. After showering for at least half an hour, Yi Jian walked out of the shower. Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, whose hair had not even dried, immediately opened the door. Aren't you going to rest? I'm here to give you this. He raised his hand and a pair of white sneakers fell into Yi Jian's eyes. You definitely can't wear your shoes tomorrow. I just bought them. See if they fit. Not only did he have shoes, he even prepared socks. Xia Jinyuan did not know if they fit. He lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Jian's feet. After a glance, his Adam's apple moved slightly. He immediately looked up and quickly stuffed the shoes and socks into Yi Jian's hands. This little girl's feet are really beautiful. Her skin was so fair that it was like a pink pearl. Stop, what are you thinking? Chapter 91. Major Xia, who had always kept a low profile, quickly hid the slight awkwardness in his eyes. There was no trace of abnormality on his elegant face. Go back to the room and try it on. If you want to change, there's still time. He lowered his gaze slightly again, but he didn't dare to look directly at Yi Jian's beautiful bare feet. Instead, he looked at her fair and slender calf. His thin lips were already pursed tightly. Her skin was extremely fair and had a milky, porcelain-like luster. It was so delicate that it seemed as though a slight pressure could leave a scar on it. But now, there was a slight flaw in her fair skin. A bruise that was already purplish-black had appeared very conspicuously on her right calf. Xia Jinyuan glanced at it. His gaze froze, and he suddenly bent down. Don't move. As Yi Jian stepped back, he said coldly, let me check if there's any bone damage. Not only was the bruise dark, but it was also very large. He didn't know how this little girl could endure it. His sudden action really stunned Yi Jian. She instinctively took a step back, but in the end, his large hand grabbed her ankle and even ordered her not to move. Although she was only 14 in this lifetime, but in her previous lifetime, she was at least 28. Yi Jian, who had never been in a relationship before and had her first kiss in both lifetimes, was stunned. She had never been held by a man before. Now that Major Xiao's large hand had suddenly grabbed her ankle, even though Yi Jian, who had seen through life and death and was indifferent by nature, had a visible flush on her face. She had just taken a hot shower, so her skin was as white and delicate as a peeled egg. That gorgeous flush was like a blooming flower. It was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Fortunately, Major Xiao's attention was focused on her injury, and he didn't notice anything else. The hand that held Yi Jian's ankle had slender fingers and his palm was burning hot. The skin that he was holding seemed to have a higher temperature, so hot that it made Yi Jian want to run away. No. Yi Jian finally calmed himself down, but he was once again stunned by his next action. He actually knelt down on one knee, his expression focused and serious as he checked his injured calf. Yi Jian's slender, jade-like fingers gently pressed on the wound, starting from the outside, then moving to the middle. Yi Jian was so embarrassed that his whole body was tense. Xia Jinyuan was holding her ankle, so he knew her body's reaction very well. He knelt on one knee and checked her body. Amused, he said, "You're just a child. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just checking for you." It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. The moment she did, Yi Jian felt his face burn even more. "There's absolutely no way to do so, can you just ignore it?" This was the first time a man had held her ankle. She, who had never felt awkward before, really wanted to run away. "If you back off again, I don't mind carrying you to the bed to check." Xia Jinyuan looked up and glanced at her with a smile. A sentence that could cause misunderstanding slowly came out of his thin lips. "Yi Jian. Major Xia, how could you say something like that in front of an adult like me? Are you trying to take liberties with me? Do you understand?" Major Xia didn't understand. At the age of 14, it was as though her soul had been blessed. In 2 years, she had skipped grades from middle school to high school. At the age of 16, she had gotten into the best military school with excellent grades and a grand slam in physical fitness. From then on, she had mingled with men. Throughout the year, she had seen more sows than women. Chapter 92. Major Xia didn't understand. At the age of 14, it was like a blessing to her soul. In 2 years, she had skipped all the grades from junior high to senior high school. At the age of 16, she had gotten into the best military school with excellent results and a grand slam in physical fitness. From then on, she had mingled with men. Throughout the year, she had seen more sows than women. He said it jokingly without a trace of disrespect. It was as if he was casually facing Yi Qian. Yi Qian sighed softly in his heart. Dangerous men really should be kept away from. If he wasn't careful, he would be taken advantage of. She lowered her head and looked down as if she was looking down at him. She could see his clear forehead, and his thick eyelashes that were even thicker than a woman's, and, under his elegant and tall nose, his thin lips that were sometimes sexy and sometimes fierce. When he spoke, his exquisite and elegant features were accompanied by a faint smile. He was so leisurely that it made people reluctant to end the conversation with him. When he held the gun, his gaze was sharp like a sword that could cut through the darkness. His enemies feared him. But as his comrades, they felt safe and trusted him wholeheartedly. After sizing him up for a while, Yi Qian quietly looked away. Dangerous men must not be looked at for too long. The longer he looked at him, the more he felt that he was a rare commodity. He would admire him more and more. Girl, even if you can tolerate it, you shouldn't tolerate it like this. Xia Jinyuan was pressing his fingers around the bruise. He was already pursing his lips. One look and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. A large area of soft tissue contusions, and the bleeding under the skin is spreading. Don't you feel pain? You've been tolerating it until now. Whether it was his expression or his words, they all expressed his cold displeasure. The middle part is purplish-black and swollen. He pressed his thumb gently and immediately heard Yi Qian's soft gasp from above. He looked up and stared at her with his deep dark eyes. Go to the hospital for an X-ray. Be careful of fractures. Fractures? It wasn't that serious. No need, I know. Yi Qian politely refused with a smile. There are no fractures, but it does hurt a little. Okay, Major Xia's gaze was so cold that it could scratch her skin. She completely refused. Don't think about sleeping tonight. She, who had always known how to survive, immediately softened. She didn't want to be forceful and used a different method to reject him. Indeed, if Yi Qian insisted that he was fine, Xia Jinyuan would have carried him to the hospital without another word. Getting up, Jun Yan was still serious as he looked at the little girl who was so strong that it made people's heart ache. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Go back to the room and wait for me. I'll get the medicinal oil for you to rub." She didn't have parents who could shelter her from the wind and rain. She had to deal with everything by herself. That was probably why she was so strong. Perhaps it was because of the intense fight in the rainy night, but Yi Qian's cerebral cortex was still excited even after he finished applying the medicinal oil. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian closed his eyes and the scene of him fighting with the girl appeared in his mind. That silver thread was indeed a very good weapon for self-defense, but he didn't know where to get one. As he thought about it, he gradually fell asleep. At 7:30 in the morning, they finished their morning run and had breakfast together before driving to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The car that was dirty last night had been cleaned and there was still a faint mint smell in it. It was Xia Jinyuan's mint smell. When we get there, you just have to say that you found it. You don't have to say anything else. I'll wait for you outside. Xia Jinyuan didn't forget to remind her again, but he wasn't worried that she would be afraid of anything. This little girl was very brave. Chapter 93. Xia Jinyuan looked at the carefree Yi Jian with a faint smile. She did not have any psychological burden at all. She did not have any psychological burden at all. Indeed, she did not have any psychological burden at all. She did not do anything bad, so why should she be afraid? Before entering the interrogation room, Yi Qian smiled at him and entered the interrogation room with a policewoman and a policewoman. Xia Jinyuan stood outside for about 3 minutes before heading to the bureau chief's office. The bureau chief warmly welcomed Xia Jinyuan and said, "Young Master Xia, please take a seat." His tone was familiar, and it was obvious that they had known each other for many years. After personally making him a cup of tea, Chief Lu sat down and said, "Leader Xia personally called last night. I happened to mention that I saw young Master Xia at the bureau yesterday." Leader Xia smiled and asked young Master Xia to call him when you have time. The Bureau of Public Security was under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, and the Provincial Public Security Bureau was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security. "Sorry to trouble you, Chief Lu." Xia Jinyuan took the tea that the director personally handed to him. He was born with dignity. Facing the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, he was still calm. He took a sip of tea and looked up at Chief Lu's smile. He smiled and said, "There is one thing that I need you to do." He did not say, "please," or "trouble." His need was enough to express his attitude. He had to do it. When Chief Lu heard this, the smile on his face deepened. "Young Master Xia, you are too polite." "Ha ha ha, young Master Xia has been here for half a year, but this is the first time you need me to do something." Everyone knew that young Master Xia, who was in the military, was the most difficult person in the capital to do favors with. Ever since young Master Xia came to them, many people had been hoping that one day, young Master Xia would open his mouth and ask for something. Who would have thought that after half a year of silence, such a great opportunity would fall into his lap? After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, Chief Lu laughed heartily. "So that's what you want? No problem at all. I will go get it later. Young Master Xia, please prepare it for me." "Okay, thank you, Chief Lu." Xia Jinyuan, who didn't like to be courteous, stood up when he saw that the matter was settled. "I have to go and see that girl. She's still a middle school student and is timid. I'm going to give her some courage." He stood up, and Chief Lu naturally had to send him off. However, Xia Jinyuan waved his hand, indicating that he would not allow others to refuse. But Jun Yen still smiled elegantly and said, "I still know the way in the bureau. Director Lu, please continue with your work." He had never been a person who liked to be courteous. Director Lu had only come to find him after investigating. Otherwise, he would never have come if there was even the slightest problem. Calm. Calm. In less than 5 minutes, Director Lu had settled the matter. He did not let him send the girl off just now because he wanted him to deal with it as soon as possible, so that he could make it in time to give the girl a surprise. "Thank you for your hard work. I am very sorry. I did not think that something I did would cause trouble for you." Yi Qian was a sincere person. Whether it was her words or her expression, they could feel her sincerity. In this aspect, she was very similar to Xia Jinyuan. After saying goodbye to the police, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the end of the corridor with a cold and arrogant aura. He quickened his pace and walked over. Chapter 94. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he looked at the girl walking towards him. His deep and dark eyes were filled with gentleness. "Let's make a trip to the library. We should be back in town before 10. Seeing how she was still chatting and laughing as she said goodbye to the two police officers, he knew that this bold girl was not afraid at all. She did not panic like a commoner, nor did she break out in a cold sweat. Yi Qian had never been to the city library before. In her previous life, she had only been to the city bus station. She smiled and said, "It shouldn't be too far. I want to buy more materials." She wanted to bring back all the textbooks and test papers for the third year of junior high school. 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan took a file from Chief Lu and walked slowly and elegantly ahead of her. "My personal chauffeur is here. Student Yi, you can give me your orders at any time." Personal chauffeur. Yi Qian thought to herself. She was afraid of causing public outrage if she let a major be her personal chauffeur. When they arrived at the library, Yi Qian went straight to the middle school revision area on the third floor. She picked out 5 sets of relatively difficult second-year comprehensive test papers. Next, she picked out the key knowledge for the third year of junior high school and various test papers. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing next to her, wanted to give her some advice. However, when he saw her long and slender fingers swiping across the stack of test papers and comparing them, he knew that his advice was unnecessary. When Yi Qian picked up the third-year revision questions, Xia Jinyuan was not surprised either. He raised his eyebrows slightly and the interest in his dark eyes intensified. "Do you plan to finish all the revision this year?" Xia Jinyuan asked with a smile as he came out of the library with all the materials and test papers. "Do you plan to study a bunch of revision materials during the summer break?" Yi Qian got into the car and turned to look at the huge stack of materials on the back seat. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she said casually, "Yes, I'll give it a try. If I can devote all my time to training in the third year of junior high school." Xia Jinyuan, who was starting the car, paused for a few breaths. When he looked at her again, there was a hint of surprise in his dark eyes. "The third year of junior high school? You mean you plan to finish all the second and third year textbooks by yourself in the first half of the year?" Although he started working hard when he was 14 and was admitted to military school at 16, he did not completely study on his own. "I do have such a plan. At present, it isn't a very difficult thing to do. I want to enter the provincial first high school. It's far from town." How could she waste her time? Yi Jian's arrangement for herself was almost harsh. What was hard work to her? How could she let down Grandpa Zhen and Principal Chen's painstaking efforts? Xia Jinyuan looked at her deeply. A pearl would always shine, and an unpolished jade would eventually become something useful. Her perseverance and patience were the foundation of her success. It would allow her to walk steadily to the peak of her life step by step. Work hard. Don't disappoint the efforts of the 2 seniors. If you can take each step steadily, it will be the greatest reward for them. Xia Jinyuan, who had already steadily driven the car to the city, spoke to Yi Jian in a gentle voice. Yi Jian was trying her best not to let him down and not to let her seniors down. Yi Qian nodded gently and picked up a set of test papers to read slowly. Chapter 95. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate profile was so serious that Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to speak anymore. His gaze inadvertently slid past her beautiful swan-like neck, lingering on it for a few seconds before he calmly looked away. Yi Qian, who was already captivated by the questions, didn't notice his gaze. Her fair and slender fingers would occasionally lightly swipe across the test paper as she worked on the last difficult question. At around 10:20, Xia Jinyuan started to get busy. The communicator in the car would occasionally beep with the sound of someone reporting work. Yi Qian, who had already finished a test paper, saw this and decided to sleep in the back seat before they got on the highway so as not to disturb his work. Xia Jinyuan, who was at work, was calm and deep. His innate noble temperament was reflected in his every word and action, and he was born with the demeanor of a leader. Confidence, calmness, seriousness. Yi Qian learned a lot about the qualities a soldier should have from him. Perhaps because she only slept for 2 to 3 hours last night, Yi Qian felt like she was listening to a lullaby as she listened to Xia Jinyuan's steady and deep voice. She slowly closed her eyes, and didn't even know when she fell asleep. By the time she woke up, the car had already exited the highway and entered the national highway, heading towards town. It happened to be 3 in the afternoon when they arrived in Fujian town. Yi Qian didn't go back to school, but went straight to the recruit assembly camp. There were 2 language classes in the afternoon, and teacher Ku probably didn't want to see her. I've packed everything, and this. Xia Jinyuan didn't drive the car into the camp, but parked it outside. He opened the trunk of the car and took out a bag with the words Xinhua Bookstore printed on it. Inside the bag were a few military books he bought yesterday. There are 4 books here that you can take a look at. They're all basic military knowledge. Yi Qian realized that the basic military books she saw in the car yesterday were actually for her. She didn't refuse and only hesitated for a moment before accepting them. She smiled and thanked him graciously. After his car drove out of her sight, Yi Qian looked at the books he gave her and sighed softly before walking back to the camp. After returning to the dorm, she placed her test papers on the bookshelf one by one. When she was about to organize the 4 books Xia Jinyuan gave her, she opened the bag and saw the file she saw in his hands at the Public Security Bureau. It was folded neatly and sandwiched between the books. Yi Qian. Her name was written forcefully on the portfolio. Her handwriting was just like her. Looking at it, one could feel a sense of coldness assaulting one's senses. Yi Qian's fingers gently pinched the file, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from her starry eyes. Her little face instantly bloomed like a peach blossom, bright and dazzling. The silver wire. The wire. The wire. It was as if she couldn't wait to open it. She held the coiled silver wire in her hand and gently uncoiled it one by one. The front and back ends of the wire skillfully wrapped around her left and right hands. The cool touch seemed to seep into her heart. Just like last night, she let the silver wire coil around her hands. It was as if she was holding a living thing in her hands. She could do whatever she wanted. With a soft whoosh, the silver thread pierced through the air and tightly wrapped around the bed frame. When Yi Jian's bright eyes retracted the silver thread, they were overflowing with splendor and elegance. When they moved, they were like peaches and plums, and when they were still, they were like orchids in an empty valley. He actually gave it to her. He took it out of the Public Security Bureau and gave it to her. Chapter 96. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, the radiance on her beautiful face faded and Dai Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Was it really okay to just give it to her like this? No, she had to ask him. Otherwise, she would feel uneasy even if she accepted it. Since Battalion Commander Yang was not around, Yi Qian simply carried her backpack and went to the school to look for Principal Qin. Principal Qin should know. From the campsite to the national highway, Yi Qian did not slow down at all. She kept running. In front of her, in a white van, a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher and was dressed decently happened to see the running figure in the rearview mirror. He noticed that the girl, who looked like a student, was only about the same distance behind the van even after they had driven for several kilometers. He said to the driver, "Old Huang, how many kilometers per hour are you driving? The girl behind you can almost catch up to you." 60 kilometers per hour. Although Fujian town is lagging behind, there is still a lot of traffic. Don't think it's slow. Driver Huang explained with a smile. He could not see the running figure, so he did not understand why the middle-aged man was teasing him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said to the 2 teachers sitting behind him in surprise, "Quick, look behind you. That girl has already run several kilometers behind the van. The distance is about the same as before." Her endurance is amazing. The two teachers with serious expressions pushed open the window and looked behind them. They were also surprised. She looks like a student. But Fujian Town Middle School is still in class. Student, skipping class. A female teacher in her 40s asked, Principal Chow, why don't we stop the van? If she's a student, she can come with us. What do you think? Yi Qian did not expect to be able to hitch a ride after running for so long. After she got into the van, Principal Chow looked at the girl who was only breathing slightly and teased her again. Student, you jumped into the van so boldly. Aren't you afraid that we will take you away? After he asked, the two teachers sitting with Yi Qian looked at her with smiles and waited for her answer with interest. You don't smell like chalk dust, but you have black and red ink on your hands. There is also red ink on your thumb. Let me guess, you should be the principal. Yi Qian said with a smile. His words stunned Principal Chow. You can tell what position it is from this. Of course. When I got on the car, this teacher even smiled politely at you. I can tell that she respects you very much. Why did he say that the middle-aged woman beside him was a teacher? The answer was obvious. She had the smell of chalk dust on her. Principal Chow was already laughing out loud. Then, I might also be the dean. Before he finished speaking, Principal Chow thought of something and laughed even louder. There aren't many humorous deans in the dean's office. I say, student, your observation skills are pretty good. Since they had already guessed that he was the principal, there was no need to guess who Song Laosher and Zhu Laosher were. Actually, Yi Qian had not only guessed that he was the principal, he could also vaguely guess which school he was from. The person who came to Fujian Town Middle School at this time should be the principal of the provincial first high school. Principal Chin was already waiting at the school gate. When Yi Qian got out of the van, he was shocked. Why did the little girl come with old Chow? The two principals were already exchanging greetings. Yi Qian bowed slightly to the two teachers. It seemed that he would disturb Principal Chen after he was done with his work. He did not go to the classroom. Instead, he went to Injesin's dormitory and waited for the last class to end. Chapter 97. I just bumped into a student from your school. She's not bad. As soon as he entered the office, Principal Chow mentioned Yi Qian, who he had bumped into in the car. He looked very interested. Her endurance is not bad. Is she a sports special student? He admired Yi Qian. Principal Chin also felt proud. He smiled and said, Yi Qian. Her name is Yi Qian. Old Chow, your taste is still as sharp as ever. He turned around and handed a cup of tea to Principal Chow. Try this. It's a new tea from the mountains. The two principals had known each other for many years, so there was no need for formalities. They were more familiar with each other like old colleagues. It's good tea. It's not any worse than the tea outside. Principal Chow took a sip and smiled at his old colleague who wanted to change the topic. Come, let's continue talking about Yi Qian. Our country has achieved good results in sports competitions in the past 2 years. However, we still have some regrets in track and field, long-distance running, and sprinting. I think Yi Qian is a good seedling in this area. She can definitely develop in this direction. Principal Chow, who was an athlete, had always liked to explore the potential of students in sports in various secondary schools. If he nurtured them well, they would not only bring glory to the school, but also to the country. As the top high school in the province, the sports special students from first high school had all achieved good results in various competitions. A few students had even made it to the university games and achieved amazing results. However, Principal Chen was not very interested in this. He took a sip of tea and smiled. This child is indeed not bad. She is excellent in all aspects. However, I don't plan to let her achieve good results in sports. Why is that? Principal Chow said in surprise. This is not your style, old Chin. Downstairs, in the office. The arrival of the two teachers from First High School made the teachers in the office very happy. This showed how much importance First High School placed on this competition. The stacks of test papers that were brought over from the province's number 1 high school were distributed to the class teachers of the second and third year classes. Suddenly, the entire office was filled with the smell of books and ink. It really became a sea of learning. When Teacher Ko came in, he saw Class 1's homeroom teacher, Teacher Liu, actively recommending several top students in his class. His face was sharp and mean, and he snorted coldly. Then, he changed his face and walked over with a smile. When Teacher Liu saw her, she smiled and said, Teacher Song, this is Teacher Ko from Class 2. Yi Ying and Yi Qian are Teacher Ko's students. At the mention of Yi Qian, the smile on Teacher Ko's face was quite deep, but when he heard Yi Qian's name, his smile froze. Teacher Liu should be done with his work, right? Do you mind if I speak to Teacher Song? With a fake smile, Teacher Ko stared at Teacher Liu, who thought that he had given her a difficult problem. She smiled coldly and said, Let me speak to the students in my class. I'm afraid Teacher Liu doesn't know much about them. The teachers in the office were used to her sarcastic tone. Teacher Liu smiled disapprovingly and was busy distributing the test papers from First High School to the teachers of each subject. Mr. Song from First High School frowned slightly. His impression of Mr. Ko suddenly became much worse. As a teacher, he didn't say much, but his attitude was a little cold. Chapter 98. Yi Qian, who was in the dormitory, had no idea that Teacher Ko was trying her best to discredit her. She said to Injesin, I bought a few sets of test papers. Let's do them together tomorrow. There are midterm exams next week, and the provincial high school exams on Saturday, Sunday, and Sunday. It's going to be a little hard to endure for 4 consecutive days. She even sighed, which made Injesin roll her eyes. All right. You're the most stressful person in class. You even took leave. You don't know how dark Teacher Ko's expression is today. The whole class is living in fear and trepidation, afraid of provoking her bad luck. Zhang Na, who was in the same dormitory as her, said emotionally, None of us dare to go near her. Yi Qian, the whole class is waiting for you to come back and destroy Teacher Ko's dark expression. Are you sure I can do it? Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled at the girls who nodded in agreement. I didn't go to the classroom because I was afraid that you would be washed away by the storm. That's why I waited for you in the dormitory. The students more or less knew that Yi Qian and Teacher Ko did not have a good teacher-student relationship. Hearing this, they all laughed coquettishly. Sometimes, they really admired Yi Qian. She was the only one who could withstand Teacher Ko's gaze. If it were any other student, their legs would have turned to jelly, or they would have transferred classes. Yi Ying's voice came from outside. She was still full of confidence. The girls in the dormitory snorted at the same time and said to Yi Qian, Recently, Gao Yang has been coming to the classroom from time to tutor us. The two of them are sitting together openly. In the end, Teacher Ko even told us to learn from them. It can't be helped. Those two have always been in the top 5 of the cohort. Zhang Na snorted in dissatisfaction and rolled her eyes. It's obvious that they're in love at a young age. The pettiness of a little girl could be seen at a glance. Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed softly. It was already dinner time for the school. When they reached the cafeteria, Anjusin gently poked Yi Qian's forearm with her finger. Do you see? She's smiling like a flower. I also suspect that the two of them are dating. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the smiling Yi Ying and the tall and cold Gao Yang walked in together. The two of them immediately attracted countless gazes with various meanings. The people involved did not seem to care at all. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards Yi Qian and the others. It was inevitable that they would bump into each other. As soon as Gao Yang saw Yi Qian, he remembered how she had kicked him in his car. His cold face revealed a trace of uneasiness as he said to Yi Ying, "Go line up over there. There are fewer people." Yi Ying, who had always been scheming, glanced at Gao Yang's face and narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Why do I feel like he and Yi Qian are hiding something from me?" He smiled naturally and generously. "It's okay, it's the same no matter where you line it up. Didn't the head of teaching say that? After dinner, let's hurry to the teacher's office. Let's queue here." After she finished speaking, she naturally tugged on Gao Yang's sleeve and lined up behind Yi Qian. In that instant, Anjusin understood why Yi Qian said that she was not simple. If she were in Yi Qian's shoes, she would feel uncomfortable standing in the same place as someone who had bad blood with them. But fine, Yi Qian was not simple either. Seeing her nonchalant expression, Anjusin shrugged, indicating that she did not care either. Chapter 99. Principal Chen, Principal Chao, and the teachers from the provincial first high school were all sitting in the meeting room after dinner. At the same time, there were also the homeroom teachers from the second and third grades. No one said anything. They were all waiting for the two principals to finish reading the list. Teacher Ku, who was sitting in the middle, froze when he saw Headmaster Chen flipping through the registration form for the second year of middle school. He had never seen the headmaster attend any competitions in the past. Why was he looking at it this time? There were 7 grades in the second grade. 5 to 6 students from each grade would sign up for the competition. They were all the top 10 students in the class. Headmaster Chen flipped through all the registration forms for the second year of junior high school, but he didn't see Yi Jian's registration form. "Teacher Ku, can I see the name list of Yi Qian's students?" Principal Chen closed the registration form and looked sharply at Teacher Ku, who had repeatedly made things difficult for Yi Qian. He said in a deep voice, "Teacher Ku, please hand it over personally." Teacher Ku's face was pale. She stood up quickly. Under the gaze of her colleagues, her face burned painfully. "I'm sorry. I forgot to take it. I'll go get it right away." It was as if they were fleeing for their lives. 5 minutes later, Principal Chao held Yi Qian's registration form and said with interest, "She's very confident. She signed up for everything." He glanced at Teacher Ku, who had not lifted her head since she came in. He chuckled and said, "If she's really an all-rounder, it's not impossible to make an exception and admit her. She doesn't know anything." Teacher Ku, who had her head lowered, panicked when she heard this. She looked up and explained, "Principal Chao, Yi Qian is a bad student. There's no such thing as a top student, and there's no such thing as a bad student. Teacher Ku, please be careful with your words." Principal Chao interrupted her with a smile and said kindly, "Whether she's a bad student or not, we'll know in the exam today. The self-study session is at 7 o'clock. Teachers, please get ready. The first mock exam will be at 7 o'clock sharp." No one listened to her explanation. They all stood up to inform their students. In the dean's office, Teacher Ku handed over the 2 test papers. "The 2 of you are representing the school. Take a look at this first. After 7 o'clock, you will have a mock exam." "Thank you, Director Ku." When Ying heard this, she could not wait to reach out her hand. However, she was pulled back by Gao Yang. He said coldly, "Are you asking us to cheat?" When he said that, Ying became anxious. "Gao Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Dean Ku wants us to do better. He wants us to look at the questions in advance, not the answers. Wasn't reading the questions in advance cheating?" Yi Qian, who was personally informed by Principal Chen, smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I've said it before. Yi Ying is the opponent I need to defeat. So, how could I let her have the chance to defeat me? So what if she has seen the test papers? I can still win beautifully. Her face was full of confidence, and there was even a hint of disdain in her jet-black eyes. Principal Chen, who was originally a little worried, raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. If you want to suppress your opponent, little girl, then you have to give him a hard time. Even if he does, he has to be below you. This was only natural. How could he let Yi Ying have her way? In the temporary classroom of grade 12 class 1, Yi Qian took out one of the test papers and handed the rest to the students behind him. He picked up a pen and started writing. Chapter 100. At night, the school was less noisy and quieter than during the day. On the 5th floor of the teaching block, the classroom of grade 12 class 1 was a little more solemn. The only sound that could be heard in the classroom was the pen tip gliding across the paper. All of the students' gazes were focused as they concentrated on their own test papers. Yi Qian's pen seemed to move faster than the other students. He wrote down the answer almost without thinking. There was no hesitation or pause. It was as if he was taking notes in class. There was no sense of stagnation at all. The two provincial first middle school teachers scanned the top students in Fujian Town Middle School. A total of 62 students from grade 2 and grade 3 had signed up for the competition. After this round of preliminaries, it was estimated that half of them would be eliminated. There was only one reason why Principal Chao chose the second day of the midterm exam for the second round of selections, to strengthen the competition. They needed to know which students performed consistently in the 4 days of exams. They also needed to know which students had stage fright or were unable to persevere in the middle of the exam. If they stood out in this competition, then Ms. Song, who had walked to Yi Qian's side, smiled. No wonder Principal Chin didn't give face to Ms. Ku. It was unbelievable that such an outstanding student was suppressed by his own form teacher. She had been teaching for more than 20 years and this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. After standing there for less than 3 minutes, Ms. Song's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she quietly walked to Mr. Zhu, who taught mathematics in the top class of the province's first middle school, and whispered, "Mr. Zhu, go take a look at her." To be able to attract the attention of a teacher on the spot, one had to either be cheating or a top student. Mr. Zhu was the only teacher in the province who had participated in the National Mathematical Olympiad questions. He had also taken students overseas to participate in mathematical Olympiad competitions. When he walked to Yi Qian's desk, his legs seemed to have grown roots and he couldn't move. The two teachers took turns standing in front of a student's desk. They had inadvertently attracted the attention of some students. Yi Ying was one of them. Seeing this, the light in her beautiful eyes was like dirty well water, full of gloominess and coldness. The ballpoint pen in her hand seemed to be about to be broken in half. She was so strong that the veins on the back of her hand could be clearly seen. No matter how attentive Yi Jian was, she couldn't ignore that cold gaze that seemed to be stained with dirty water. He raised his eyes indifferently, and his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across the front. His gaze paused for a few seconds on Yi Ying's face, who was a row away, and he returned her a cold smile. Her smile was so dazzling, and it even contained disdain towards him. Yi Ying had already gritted her teeth, and the gloominess in her beautiful eyes deepened. She glared fiercely at Yi Qian. Just as she was about to lose control of her emotions, she seemed to have thought of something. She took a deep breath, bit her tongue to control her emotions, and looked away. No, I can't let Yi Qian affect me. Her father was right. When she didn't have the ability to deal with Yi Qian, the first thing she had to learn was to endure. Yi Jian, who had seen her reaction, lowered her eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared in her dark, watery eyes. Yi Ying was able to succeed in her previous life not only because of her own ability, but also because of Yi Zhifan, who gave her advice. You don't know the last question. She hesitated for a long time, and this made Mr. Zhu, who was standing next to her, anxious. This question is a little difficult, but it's all learned in the second year of middle school. Think carefully. Chapter 101. The last question, geometry, was from the Provincial Math Olympiad 2 years ago. It was difficult, but not difficult. Yi Qian did not expect her teacher to be so anxious when she exchanged glances with Yi Ying. She put her pen down again and wrote down the steps she had in her mind. Finally, she wrote down the correct answer. She had just written down the answer when the paper in front of her was taken away. The teacher's voice came from above, "Sit here and don't move. You can leave after I correct it." Being the first to hand in the paper always gave the other students a lot of pressure. Gao Yang, who was sitting at the back, already pursed his lips. Did she finish it so quickly? Or did she get caught cheating? No, that couldn't be right. If she was caught cheating, the teacher wouldn't be so agitated and she wouldn't be sitting quietly in the classroom. Then, she must have finished it. Gao Yang could not hide the surprise in his cold eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of Yi Ying. Seeing that the girl he admired was focused on the questions and was not affected at all, his frown eased. Teacher Zhu, who was marking the papers at the podium, was already cheering in her heart. She took very little time and got it 100% correct. No wonder Principal Chow had to come personally. This town's middle school was really talented. The rest of the students were still in the middle of the exam, but Teacher Zhu had already finished marking Yi Qian's paper. Not bad, you can leave the exam room. There was no mention of the score, but it could be seen from Yi Qian's expression and words that she had done well. She was in a hurry to find Principal Chin. She politely said, "Goodbye, teacher." Then she picked up the only ballpoint pen she had brought into the classroom, got up, and left quickly. Behind her, Yi Qian's footsteps and expression did not change in the slightest, no matter how surprised she was being. Today, she was not just here for the exam. The most important thing had not been done yet. Is this a gift from Captain Xia? In the office, Principal Chin held a long and thin silver wire made of a special material that shimmered coldly under the light. Soft, tough. This special material was really rare. Why would he give her a gift without any reason? Why would he give the girl a weapon from the suspect's hands? Not to mention the lass, even this old man wanted to know. Since such a good thing has been given, just accept it. Wouldn't it be a waste of Captain Xia's good intentions if we return it? Principal Chen chuckled and gestured for Yi Qian to reach out and wrap the silver wire around Yi Qian's slender and fair wrist. This is a good thing. Take it since I've given it to you. It was a good treasure. Even if it was a bracelet, it would still be beautiful. Most importantly, it's not against the law. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. He stammered, this isn't power. Ha ha ha. Silly girl. Principal Chen saw the unconcealable surprise on her little face and the faint worry in her dark eyes. His laughter grew louder. Girl, this is from Captain Xia. Keep it well. You don't have to worry about anything else. If Principal Chen said he would accept it, then he would definitely accept it. She replied with a smile, then I'll accept it. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I really like it. I'm just afraid that if I accept it, it will affect Captain Xia. So I came to ask you for a peace of mind. Clever girl. Principal Chen's laughter became even louder. Little girl, you're right. After laughing, he asked about the exam. Yi Qian arched her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Don't worry. I always mean what I say. Chapter 102. What she had said and done, as well as what others had said and done. She remembered all of it. Since Principal Chow was still around, Yi Qian had to complete tonight's training by himself. After bidding farewell to Principal Chin, she jogged out of school and rushed to the recruit camp. Gao Yang, who was pushing his bicycle, saw a slender figure jogging past the yellow lights of the school gate and disappearing into the night without stopping. It was Yi Qian. 2 minutes later, the person he was waiting for. Yi Ying jogged over. Unlike Yi Qian's swift and decisive movements, she was like a flower that needed to be cared for. She had to pause for a moment before continuing. She had a heart problem, so running and strenuous activities were not suitable for her. What kind of person is Yi Qian normally? After Gao Yang, who was sitting on the back seat of the bicycle with Yi Ying, had driven some distance away, the young man's low, hoarse, and slightly puzzled voice could be heard in the cool night breeze. I didn't notice any strong points in her before, but now it seems like she's been hiding it on purpose. He didn't have any other intentions, he was just asking his own question. Yi Ying's expression changed. She gripped his shirt tightly and smiled. I don't know, I've never been on good terms with her. You'll have to ask her yourself to see if she's hiding them. What's going on? Gao Yang had been paying more and more attention to Yi Qian these past few days. Forget it, I'm just asking, he answered indifferently and didn't ask any more questions. She had been kicked, she had been beaten. She had to leave a deeper impression. From Monday to Wednesday, Yi Jian's figure would appear in the classroom of grade 12 class 1 for every exam in the 3 subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After 3 days, it had caused quite a stir in the entire grade. Bad rumors began to spread around the school. The general idea was, bad students make more trouble. Did you hear that? Bad students make more trouble. I have to add, ugly people make more trouble. As soon as Yi Qian entered the classroom, he heard He Jiamin gloating over his misfortune. He could tell that she was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Tan Wei frowned and tugged at He Jiamin's sleeve. Lower your voice. Why should I speak softly? I'm telling the truth. He Jiamin, who had finally vented her anger, would not let go of the opportunity to step on Yi Qian. She stood up, raised her chin and said provocatively, if you want to make a fool of yourself, then don't blame the bystanders for talking too much. When Injusin heard this, she was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush over. He Jiamin, you're really capable. If you have the ability, go ahead and do it yourself. If she could go anywhere, Zhang Na said airily. Only incompetent people would go around making trouble. Yi Qian, who was standing in the middle, smiled and patted their shoulders. His gaze was straight and cold. He said with a faint smile, do you know why I don't want to talk to a certain someone? It's just a feeling. If I look at her for too long, I'll have nightmares for days. It's true that ugly people make more trouble. Others had already bullied him, if he didn't return the favor, how could he? In the land of etiquette, he naturally had to return the favor. When He Jiamin heard Yi Qian call her ugly, her face instantly twisted. She pounced over as if she was going to bite him. Yi Qian, I'll let you be smug, I'll let you be smug. Are you sure you want to fight? Yi Qian walked over. His cold gaze had a hint of ruthlessness. He smiled and said, I realized that you have a bad memory. That's good too. Let's fight and you'll remember. Chapter 103. Yi Ying, who had been listening for a long time, looked gloomy. She grabbed He Jiamin who had rushed out and whispered, class is about to start. Do you want to be scolded by the teacher? Oh no, I almost forgot that Yi Qian is quite good at fighting. At the mention of the past, He Jiamin, who was arrogant just a second ago, was defeated the next second. Her eyes flickered as she returned to her seat dejectedly. When the surrounding students saw this, they more or less looked down on He Jiamin. Not only did she bully her own classmates, but she was also as timid as a mouse. They didn't know where she got the courage to go against Yi Qian. At noon, the broadcast announced the names of the students who had been selected for the competition. When Yi Jian's name was broadcasted again, the sound of people gasping could be heard everywhere in the school. Yi Qian from Year 2's Class 2 even applied for English. English was the weak point of Town Middle School. Could she do it? Don't puff yourself up at your own cost. Teacher Huang, the English teacher who was eating in the staff cafeteria, let out a long sigh when she heard Yi Qian's name. Whether she would succeed or not, she didn't know. But at least one of the 2 classes she taught in Year 2 had applied. Yi Qian applied for mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but it didn't cause much of a reaction. But when they found out that she applied for English, the reaction was huge. As long as there were students around, they would definitely hear that the most discussed topic was Yi Qian. As for the boys, the most discussed topic was Yi Qian's appearance. When it came to Yi Qian's appearance, no one said that she was ugly. I didn't realize she was pretty before. Now that I look at her, she's getting prettier. Her face is small and her facial features are exquisite. More importantly, have you noticed that she has an indescribable aura about her? Hey, you guys noticed it too. I thought I was mistaken. I just thought. Did she wear our school uniform incorrectly? She shouldn't be wearing the uniform. Gao Yang, who was listening to his classmates' irrelevant conversations, put down his spoon and sneered, "That's not what we're concerned about. Do you think she can do English?" Ha ha ha, Gao Yang, English isn't the point. The important thing is the beauty. The boy laughed heartily. Seeing that all the girls in the class were sneaking glances at him, he sighed and said sadly, "You have a beauty by your side. How can you understand our thoughts?" Gao Yang was already pursing his lips. English. Could she do Yi Qian? After a while, he snorted coldly. Fine, let her make a fool of herself. Then she will know what it means to act according to one's ability. Yi Qian, who even the English teacher did not have high hopes for, ate his lunch without any pressure. Was it difficult for him to take the English test at night? Would he be sad about those unfamiliar, tongue-twisting medical books with especially long words? As for speaking, she had been a top tour guide for international tours, so speaking wasn't difficult for her. At this moment, the students' secret discussions about Yi Qian were already out in the open. The moment they saw him, they said, "Which Yi Qian from Class 2, last time, Yi Qian used her super memory to shock more than 30 students. This time, she used another method to create a storm in the school." Her name was already being passed around by the students for the entire Thursday afternoon. The students who had seen Yi Qian's super memory felt that it might not be difficult for her. When they heard their classmates mention Yi Qian in an extremely sarcastic tone, they would also stand up for him. However, in the end, they chose to wait and see. Chapter 104. When Ying heard that Yi Qian was participating in the English competition, she chuckled. You overestimate yourself. She believed that Yi Qian could do well in other subjects. But for English, the sun would rise from the west if she was not good at it. There were so many top students out there, and she even had to learn English. They were just waiting for her to make a fool of herself. As the deputy mayor, Yi Zhifan had a great influence on Ying. She was slowly learning how to plan ahead. But for Yi Qian, there were plenty of people waiting for her to make a fool of herself. It didn't matter if Yi Qian was there or not. Yi Qian walked into the classroom and found her seat, waiting for the exam papers to be handed out. The other 9 students, including Gao Yang, looked at Yi Qian subtly. The 9 of them were the top students in English in the 2nd and 3rd year. Yi Qian from the 2nd year class. Where did she get the confidence to even sign up for English? Gao Yang, who was sitting in the corner, saw this and pursed his lips into a straight line. Why did she have to embarrass herself in school? So many students were secretly laughing at her. Wouldn't it be better to keep a low profile? The teacher hadn't come in yet. Gao Yang stood up and walked behind a girl. Although his voice was cold, he was polite. "Hello, can I exchange seats with you? There are 10 people in the exam, so you can sit anywhere." Yi Qian didn't turn around. It didn't matter who sat behind her. If you don't know how to do it, keep it. When the exam papers were handed out, Gao Yang's low and cold voice sounded. "I'll give you the answer after I'm done." No matter what, she had to pass this test first. She couldn't let those talkative students say anything bad. Yi Qian was a girl after all. In front of her, Yi Qian, who had already started writing, stopped. She turned her head and looked at Gao Yang, who seemed to be planning for her. She smiled faintly and said, "You're confident in English because you've lived abroad, right?" "I'm helping you, Yi Qian." It didn't sound like he meant anything else, but it made him feel a little uncomfortable. "I am indeed confident." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. His dark eyes shone like stars as he said, "What a coincidence. I'm also very confident in myself. I'm sorry, but I really don't care for your so-called help." "You?" Gao Yang's handsome face immediately changed. His eyes were cold as he stared at the figure who was already sitting upright. "Yi Qian, don't be ungrateful." TSK, what should I do?" She didn't know what was good for her. With the sound of the tape turning, the first question, listening, began. No matter how angry Gao Yang was, he could only give up. After the listening test was over, Yi Qian's pen flew across the paper. When it came to the last reading question, Yi Qian directly handed the paper to Teacher Song and politely said, "Goodbye." He left the 9 students who were still taking the exam. He didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he went straight to Injesen's dormitory to pick up his bag and leave the school. Tonight's training was to train the arm stability. Yi Qian, who didn't even put down his bag, immediately rushed to the training room. At this time, Principal Chen had already been waiting for a long time. The results of the exam were never the focus of their conversation. Principal Chen, who was holding a string of bells in his hand, gestured for Yi Qian to reach out his hand. "Put 5 kilograms of weight on your wrist for 30 minutes. Every time the bell rings, the time will be stacked for 10 minutes. As a sniper, the closer they got to the end, the crueler the training became." Chapter 105. In the morning, you'll be in the grass. At night, you'll be in the desert. The next day, you'll be in the snow forest. No matter where you are, you'll need to have an extremely stable arm to hold up your sniper rifle. You'll need to lock onto the crosshairs of your target and fire with a bang. Principal Chen not only had a cruel training plan for how to train Yi Qian into a top-notch sniper, but at the same time, he would optimize the training according to Yi Qian's own conditions. Women were weaker than men in terms of strength, but Principal Chen would never allow that to happen. The soldiers he trained had to be better than men in all aspects. Because on the battlefield, the enemy would never show mercy just because you were a woman. On the contrary, once a female soldier was captured, what awaited her was even crueler and more inhumane torture. Starting from the body, all the way to the depths of her soul, she would be brutally tortured by the enemy until she was neither human nor ghost. After choosing this path, as long as he thought about what would happen if he fell into the hands of the enemy, then he would have to accept the cruelty of the day. A metal ball weighed 2.5 kilograms. Both her hands weighed 5 kilograms. Yi Qian could clearly feel her hands sinking under the weight of the metal balls. "Raise!" Principal Chen's stern voice came from the training room. "Both hands parallel to your shoulders. Maintain an angle of 90 degrees under your armpits. The silver bell is not allowed to make a sound for half an hour. 1, 2, 3. Begin." From this moment onwards, Yi Qian's sniper training had advanced from beginner to intermediate. The silver bell on her wrist was strung together with extremely thin fish wire. It was so light that even a small breeze could blow it and make a clear ringing sound. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian was already gritting her teeth. Fine sweat seeped out of her forehead. The metal balls in her hands seemed to be getting heavier. They were so heavy that her hands were about to sink down uncontrollably. Sniper training required silence. Every time this happened, the training room would become a restricted area. Even Battalion Commander Yang could not enter and leave as he pleased. Girl, right now, your left and right arms only weigh a total of 5 kilograms. If there comes a day when you're holding a 12-kilogram sniper rifle in your hands and still charging into enemy lines like a commando, are you sure you can do it? Divert your attention so that the burden in your heart doesn't exist. In Principal Chen's teachings, Yi Qian was like a small sapling, rooted in fertile soil, sprouting branches and leaves, growing strong day by day. His attention was no longer on the weights on his wrists. Instead, he cast his gaze at a certain spot in the training room. In his mind, he memorized the English test questions for tonight, starting from the listening test to the reading test. Principal Chen was always amazed by his amazing perseverance and talent. Even if they knew, they would still be amazed when they saw it again. She had to carry 5 kilograms of weights for half an hour on both her hands. She was not allowed to swing the silver bell even once. For a sniper who had just advanced from a beginner to an intermediate level, this was something that even a male soldier would find difficult to accomplish on the first try. But Yi Qian had done it. Sweat flowed down her elegant chin and seeped into her clothes like a waterline. Large patches of wet clothes were proof of how hard this slender girl worked. Principal Chen watched the time pass by with a gratified gaze. Once half an hour was up, he prepared to stop training. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Chapter 106. With little Ye's intelligence, there was nothing to worry about. She just needed to follow the original plan and train as usual. She removed the metal ball from her wrist. The sudden ease made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Qian shook her wrist and smiled without even wiping her sweat. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have noticed that half an hour has passed. It was as if she had just gotten into a good mood and suddenly pulled away. She still felt a little empty. You're doing very well now. There's no need to rush. Principal Chen took out a bottle of medicinal oil and poured it into his palm. Stretch out your hand. It's not bad to be able to last for half an hour on your first try. The sudden weight on her wrist might seem fine now, but there would be repercussions later. Using the medicinal oil to promote blood circulation would reduce the repercussions. After the exam on Saturday, I'll go back to the village with you. You must learn from the old man. He's a first-rank sergeant major. You won't be able to learn all his skills in your lifetime. After the training, Principal Chen taught Yi Qian like a father. If you can apply what you learn, you'll benefit from it for a lifetime. Endure 5 kilograms of weight for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll increase the weight. You'll only stop when your hands can carry 20 kilograms. When he was able to walk as if he was flying while holding a 20-kilogram gun in his hand, and was able to lay down immediately to snipe the target, Yi Qian already had the reflexes of a top sniper. Yi Qian had always gritted his teeth and persevered. Hearing this, he smiled and said, 20 kilograms is the end. It's just the end of a phase. If you can continue, right? The medicinal oil was specially supplied by the army. When applied, it burned brightly and the effect was excellent. As long as you can persevere, you can. Principal Chen poured almost half the bottle and rubbed Yi Qian's wrist until it turned red. These 2 hands, I'm afraid you'll suffer a little in the exam tomorrow. The next day, when Yi Qian got out of bed, his hands were so sore that it was difficult to even hold a cup of water. Only then did he understand why Principal Chen said he would suffer a little in the exam. He applied a hot towel and sprayed a spray to relieve muscle soreness. Only then did he feel a little better. You didn't sleep well last night. The moment Jason entered the classroom, she didn't even return to her seat. Instead, she walked straight to Yi Qian, who didn't look too well. Why do you look so listless? It wasn't that he didn't sleep well, but his entire arm was aching unbearably. Yi Qian placed his arm on the table and said to her, "Come, give me a massage. The pain has gone all the way to my bones." There were no obvious external injuries, only soreness in his ligaments and muscles. If he hadn't applied the ointment last night, he probably wouldn't have been able to lift his head. You scared me to death. I thought you messed up on your English test last night. And Jason immediately started massaging. As she massaged, she asked softly, "How was it? How was your English test yesterday?" Yi Qian, who was making comfortable noises with his mouth, curled his lips into a smile. He closed his eyes slightly and replied, "When have I ever disappointed you? Just wait, there will be a surprise for you." Damn! And Jason almost jumped out of her seat. You're really something. Are you planning on doing a grand slam? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied handsomely, "Why not? Although I don't take gossip to heart, I'm still annoyed by those mosquitoes buzzing around all day long. Shut their mouths, and speak with your abilities." Chapter 107. If she spoke with her abilities, no matter how many mouths there were, she would be able to shut them up and prevent others from gossiping in the future. But then again, I have to say something. Don't you think the school is taking this competition very seriously? Hearing this, Jason, who was relieved, leaned closer and whispered, "Even the midterm exam was postponed. I'm afraid this competition is not going to be simple." Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. However, the way she looked at her was clear. Of course, it was not going to be simple. Principal Chen, who already knew about Yi Qian's results, narrowed his eyes slightly. After a while, he said, "This child's goal is a little different, but she will definitely be willing to fight for the glory of the country. There's no choice. The competition is going on all over the country. Your school is not the only one who postponed the midterm exam. Other schools are doing the same." Principal Chao, who was always smiling, had a serious expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "We failed 3 years ago. This time, we will not allow ourselves to fail again. There are only 12 student representatives in the country. Yi Qian has a high chance of making it big." As of yesterday, there were a total of 6 students who scored a grand slam in the preliminary exam. Not only did Yi Qian score a grand slam, but she also took the most time in the entire country. "Old Chen, you have to persuade Yi Qian." From Principal Chao's expression and words, it was obvious that this competition was just as Jason had said. It was not going to be simple. Yi Qian and Jason were not the only ones who felt it. Most of the students had their guesses. This was the first time they had encountered a competition where the midterm exam had to be postponed. During the exam, Yi Qian handed in her papers a little slower than usual. Her hands were sore and she was indeed at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yi Ying's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. How could she still perform normally after taking so many exams? Pfft, as if. The invigilator stood beside Yi Qian, who was concentrating on the exam. They would more or less pay attention to this girl, who was the talk of the town, to see if she was really capable. After 2 days of exams, the invigilators had an answer in their hearts. After the politics exam in the afternoon, all the students in the school began to compare their answers as if a burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Come. Let's compare our answers. I feel like I've made a lot of mistakes. I still have 2 fill-in-the-blank questions to do. I forgot the date and month. While the rest of the students were still comparing their answers, Yi Qian's paper had already been graded and handed over to Principal Chin. Even Teacher Ku, the homeroom teacher, didn't have the chance to look at him. Yi Qian, who was not used to the answers, was also dragged into the discussion. Wow, you're right. I didn't even memorize it. Ying, you're amazing. Ying did well in the exam this time. He Jiamin, who copied a lot of her, was already praising her exaggeratedly. Then, she rolled her eyes in Yi Qian's direction and chuckled mockingly, look at how arrogant some people are. Let's just wait for her to cry. Let her be proud. When the results are out, she'll cry. He Jiamin didn't dare to mock her in public anymore, but behind her back, she was even more scheming. Did you see that? She's been taking exams these past 2 days. Every time she takes an exam, she shakes her hands. One look and you can tell that she doesn't know how to do it. Yi Ying, who saw this, didn't stop her. Instead, she calmly watched the situation develop. She didn't want to suppress Yi Qian, but there would naturally be people who would stand up for her. Let's just wait and see. When the time comes, we'll talk about her until she's too ashamed to go to school. She'd better get out of school obediently. Chapter 108. Xie Sifeng chimed in, her voice thick with jealousy. Let her know that she can't go around showing off just because her grades are a little better. At the same time the bell rang, Teacher Ku's heavy footsteps appeared at the classroom door. Seeing that the classroom was still in a mess even after the bell rang, she was furious. When her gaze swept over Yi Qian, her eyes revealed a disdainful sneer. Teacher Ku stomped to the podium, slammed the blackboard brush down, and pointed directly at He Jiamin, who was still talking loudly. He Jiamin. Stand up. You made a mess of the exam, and you still have the cheek to shout. He Jiamin, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, instantly looked as if she had been hit by frost. Her face turned green, then white, and she stood rooted to the ground, not moving a single step. Get up here. She had hit the muzzle of the gun well. Her public resistance made Teacher Ku's face turn ashen. Stand there until school ends. Rebellion, rebellion. Both of them were rebelling. Where was the dignity of a teacher? Yi Qian glanced coldly at Teacher Ku, who was obviously trying to find fault with him. A trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. He sat there leisurely, enjoying the confrontation between the teacher and the student like a spectator. In the end, it was naturally He Jiamin who stood at the podium with a red face. Tomorrow, these students will come to school as usual for the final exam. When the names were read out, Yi Ying's name was the first to be called out. Teacher Ku also looked proud. There were a total of 7 students in the class, but Teacher Ku only called out the names of 5 students. Yi Qian and the boy who was taking the chemistry exam were not among them. Xie Sifeng laughed softly and said to her deskmate, how embarrassing. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to come to school. The meaning behind her words and laughter was clear. Mockery, indifference, and sarcasm could be heard in Xie Sifeng's laughter. He Jiamin, who had been standing with her head lowered, had already raised her head. Her eyes were full of schadenfreude. Embarrassing, how embarrassing. Now that the whole school knows, let's see how she can enter the school gates. Ying also lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even wants to learn from others and soar into the sky. Ha! I won't let you fall to your death. Yi Qian, who was sitting in his seat, was not affected by the mockery at all. He was calm and collected, and had the demeanor of a gentleman who stood aloof from the world. The night before, Principal Qin had said that he would go back to the village with her on Saturday. He had already told her that she didn't have to take the exam on Sunday. She left the school easily, but Njisen, Zhang Na, and Zhang Bin were worried. When Yi Qian came to school on Monday, he was greeted by people pointing at him as he walked. Very good. The whole school knew that she didn't take the exam on Sunday. That meant she had made a fool of herself and failed a single subject. When she entered the classroom, the ones who were worried about her were still her classmates who were on good terms with her. In the classroom, He Jiamin and Xie Xifeng's voices were even louder, especially when they saw Yi Qian walk in. Their laughter was as sharp and piercing as the birth of a fairy. Unfortunately, their laughter didn't last long. When Yi Qian's name didn't appear on Saturday, Teacher Ku's expression was a little smug. This time, when she entered the classroom, her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She started scolding the moment she arrived, and she didn't stop for at least 10 minutes. Yi Qian, who had noticed the classroom door, stood up and said with a faint smile, "Teacher Ku, if you continue scolding like this, Principal Chen will probably get angry." Chapter 109. She was about to lash out at Yi Qian, but when she heard this, she turned her head, and saw Principal Chen standing at the door with a cold expression. Teacher Ku was so flustered that her knees went weak. She forced a smile and said, "You're here. You're here for, I didn't come at the right time. Sorry to disturb Teacher Ku's lecture." Principal Chen replied faintly as he walked into the classroom. His intimidating gaze swept across the faces of all the students in Class 2. Finally, his gaze paused on Ying, Xie Xifeng, and He Jiamin for a few seconds. Unity, love, harmony, and friendliness. You can see these words when you look up. But to my disappointment, I don't see these qualities shining like gold in some of the students in Class 2. As the principal, he naturally wouldn't mention who it was. However, whoever his gaze lingered on would know in their hearts. Yi Ying's face turned red. She was sensitive enough to know that when Principal Chen mentioned some of the students, she was one of them. "Teacher Ku, you've been scolding them for so long. Some of the students might feel better, but to some of them, you're hurting them." After scolding the students, Principal Chen didn't give Teacher Ku any face at all. "Since Teacher Ku doesn't want to announce the results of Class 2, then I'll do it on your behalf. We'll start from the 10th place. After scolding for so long, I'll let you take a breather." The last sentence made the nervous students laugh out loud. No one wanted to be scolded, but no one dared to stand up like Yi Qian and interrupt Teacher Ku's scolding. Starting from the 10th place, the students who heard the name heaved a long sigh of relief. At least they maintained their ranking. When it came to the top 3. When Yi Qian's name didn't appear, He Jiamin, who was in 9th place, couldn't help but laugh. When Yi Ying was in 3rd place, her applause was louder than anyone else's. Her hands were red from clapping. But she didn't know that Yi Ying, who had always been in 1st and 2nd place, had already glared daggers at her countless times. Zhou Liao was in 2nd place, and the applause was even louder. Principal Chen didn't continue. Instead, he said to Teacher Ku, "Let Teacher Ku take the 1st place." Didn't she want to say it? Then, he would let her do it. Under his cold gaze, Teacher Ku, whose knees were weak, finally said the name she didn't want to say the most. 1st place, Yi Qian. Except for the essay, 5 marks were deducted. Full marks for every subject. The noisy classroom quieted down. The mocking laughter turned into gasps, and the mocking gazes turned into disbelief. Shock was written all over their youthful faces. The name of Yi Qian, who had scored full marks in all her classes, exploded in their minds like thunder. Full marks. Full marks. And Jiasin was so happy that she screamed. She even lost her composure and rushed out of her seat. She hugged Yi Qian and shouted, "Damn! Hold your head high, hold your head high." A tidal wave of applause rang out in front of Yi Ying's pale face. It rang out in front of He Jiamin, who was so shocked that her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It rang out in front of Xie Xifeng, who couldn't accept it and was stunned for a long time. When the homeroom teachers of the 2nd year announced the name of the 1st place in the midterm exam, all the strangeness disappeared and was replaced by shock. Yi Qian's results were like a slap to their faces. It made those who had mocked Yi Qian and were waiting for him to make a fool of himself lower their heads in shame. Chapter 110. First place in the entire cohort, 76 points higher than second place, 78 points higher than third place, fourth place. 80 points, fifth place. 82 points. Not only did she rank first, but she also showed the entire school the gap between the top 5 and the top 1. A gap that was as wide as a chasm, a gap that was difficult to cross. The students who had mocked her this week were so embarrassed that their faces were as red as if they were not wearing pants. They lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Amidst the thunderous applause, Principal Chin raised his hand to signal for the students to quiet down. When the classroom was so quiet that only the sound of shallow breathing could be heard, he continued with a smile. As for why Yi Qian did not participate in the provincial competition, it was not because she did not do well. It was because she did not need to take the exam again. After the exam, Yi Qian will go to the provincial high school for half a month of intensive closed-door training. Once she stands out, she will represent our country in the middle of July to participate in the World Mathematical Olympiad. If the results of first place in the cohort shocked the students, then representing the country in the World Mathematical Olympiad was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding the students until they were collectively stunned. I'll go, I'll go. I'll go. And Jessin, who was so shocked that her eyeballs froze, murmured to herself. Then, she abruptly dug her ears, stood up stupidly, and asked Headmaster Chin, Headmaster, the mathematical Olympiad you're talking about, is it the mathematical Olympiad that the top universities in the world are eyeing as long as you participate in it and don't get a ranking? As a math enthusiast, and Jessin had some understanding of this. Principal Chen, whose gaze fell on her, nodded approvingly. This student seems to have understood it. That's right, it's the Olympiad that you know. The World Mathematical Olympiad is held once every 3 years, and all the participants are the top students in each country. As for Yi Qian, as long as she passes the national selection, she will be able to represent the country in battle. This time, there was no applause, only shock. In the 2 school buildings, there were a total of 20 middle and intermediate classes. All the students were shocked by the news that their teacher had just announced. Represent the country in battle. Who would have thought of this? No one would have thought of this. Some students didn't even know there was such a competition. Yi Qian didn't even think about it. Compared to her classmates' shock, she frowned slightly and her expression became indifferent. His expression was calm, but his heart was a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in class, she would have walked over and asked for an explanation. Training, what about her training? Wouldn't they fall behind? That's right, Yi Qian was considering her 4-year training plan, not the World Mathematical Olympiad. As the homeroom teacher, Teacher Ko looked at Principal Chen in disbelief. She looked at the principal, and then at Yi Qian. Could it be that she already knew? Thinking of this possibility, Teacher Ko felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even Teacher Ko was like this, let alone Ying. Her beautiful eyes were so shocked that her eyeballs were about to fall out. The expression on her small face was so twisted that it looked ferocious. Go abroad and participate in the World Olympiad. What right did she have? What right did she have? Just because he got first place in the midterm exam. Just because he solved the questions in the provincial first school, he thought he could represent the country in the competition. Headmaster Chin, you're being too biased. Do you think the World Olympiad is a game? Chapter 111. Jealousy grew like wild grass. Even though Yi Ying's head was lowered and no one could see the expression on her face, the gloominess she exuded was like a swamp full of animal carcasses, dark and cold. It made one's hair stand on end. Tan Wei, who was sitting to her right, subconsciously turned to look at her. Before he could speak, He was frightened by the expression on her face and his eyelids twitched. Tan Wei's heart sank. Unlike Xie Sifeng and He Jimin, who always followed Yi Ying's lead, Tan Wei quietly looked away. This Yi Ying was so unfamiliar that she felt terrified. Principal Chin. Teacher Ku suppressed the panic in her heart. She didn't care that they were in front of the students and asked, "Is this decision yours, or, the decision is in the province's #1 middle school? It's up to the students' grades, not up to me." Principal Chen glanced at Teacher Ku indifferently, blocking all her questions. Of course, don't be happy too early. Whether or not you can go abroad for the competition, you still have to go through 2 rounds of screening before you can truly enter the closed-door intensive training. The noisy classroom fell into a brief silence. It turned out that they still had to go through 2 rounds of screening before they had a chance. It was so difficult. They didn't know if Yi Qian would succeed. But whether or not he succeeded, Yi Qian skipped the first round of screening, which meant that he was strong enough. Thinking of this, they secretly looked at Yi Qian with a hint of awe. Before I leave, I have one more thing to say to the students of Class 2. Headmaster Chen's eyes, which were as vast as the sea, looked at the young faces and said meaningfully, "I still stand by my words. Results don't mean anything. Character is what separates nobility and lowliness. Character is the difference between nobility and lowliness." Yi Ying, who hadn't raised her head, felt her vision darken and she almost fainted. Was he referring to her? Was he referring to her? Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Ying gritted her teeth and cursed viciously in her heart. It seemed that this was the only way to get rid of the hatred in her heart, but she didn't know that the more she did this, the more detestable she looked. To Yi Qian, this was just an insignificant thing in her life. It wasn't worth being happy about. Of course, using grades to shut the mouths of the students for a long time saved a lot of trouble. After the language class, Teacher Ku, who had lost her dignity as a teacher, almost ran away. She couldn't do anything to Yi Qian now. She couldn't scold or hit. She didn't even Yi Qian's. Looking at her fleeing figure, Yi Jian, whose eyes were slightly cold, sneered coldly. She would never forget how Teacher Ku's in collusion with Sun Dongqing's in the past. She would never forget how she had slapped her hard in front of the entire class and scolded her, "You're a disgrace and a loser. You don't deserve to be her student." In this life, she would make sure that Yi Qian never stood in front of the lecture table again, because she didn't deserve to be a teacher. For the whole morning, Yi Qian was bathed in the subtle gazes of her classmates. Those rumors disappeared instantly, as if they never happened. On the way to the cafeteria at noon, Anjusin was proud of herself. She lowered her voice and gloated. When Principal Chen appeared, Teacher Ku was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. "Oh my, you don't know how I felt at that time. It was like drinking honey water. My whole body felt comfortable." Chapter 112. Yi Qian glanced at her with a smile and said calmly, "You still have more than a year to live under her. Student, restrain yourself. After all, she's still our old." A student suddenly walked over and interrupted Yi Qian. "Student Yi, I'm sorry." The boy suddenly apologized. After that, he bowed deeply. "I hope you can get better results in the upcoming exams so that you can represent our country in the competition." This unforeseen event made Yi Qian's lips curl up slightly. Starting over, everything was so beautiful. He smiled and said, "Thank you, I will work hard." After experiencing the storm, the rainbow had appeared. From the school building to the cafeteria, Yi Qian had already received countless apologies from his classmates. At the same time, he had also received kindness from his classmates. The corners of Anjusin's eyes were slightly moist. "Yi Qian, from now on, no one will say anything. No one will dare to doubt you. I'm not afraid of being doubted, nor am I afraid of being talked about. Yi Qian's eyes were cold as he looked at the horizon. The sun pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, splitting the darkness and welcoming the endless light. I'm only afraid that if I stay where I am, I will eventually disappear from the world like a speck of dust. My efforts are not to prove anything to them, but to live a better life for myself. To live, do you understand? Her last sentence was like an old woman who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She summed up all her persistence in one word: live. Yi Qian's words were like the evening drum and the morning bell in Jiasen's heart. This kind girl instantly understood many things. One is marked by the company one keeps. Yi Qian's charm could always imperceptibly affect the lives of those close to her. Seeing Yi Qian being talked to by his classmates from time to time, the leaves in Yi Ying's hand were stained green by the green juice between her fingers. Anger had already taken root in her eyes and could not be moved away. Liao Jian's figure flitted past the lush trees. Yi Ying looked away and walked towards the famous reading pavilion in the school. The reading pavilion was located in the middle of two school buildings. It was surrounded by tall trees with green leaves. In the morning, many students would read here. At noon, there was no one in the reading pavilion. Yi Ying walked along the bluestone path and saw Liao Jian with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like a gangster. "All right, my dad told me to tell you that your dad will be back in 2 months." Yi Ying didn't like talking to this kind of poor student, but she couldn't be too far away, so she could only suffer. "Also, have you found out what I want you to do?" When Liao Jian heard that his father would be back in 2 months, the haze on his face immediately disappeared. He looked around and quickly took out something that looked like a passbook from his pants pocket. "This is a small gift from my mother to your family. Keep it well. As for Yi Qian, just you wait. We know where she lives. We can teach her a lesson anytime." He just didn't expect that this chick was actually living in the recruit assembly camp. He had to coax Yi Ying first. When his dad came back, it would be a piece of cake to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Someone walked out of the reading pavilion. Yi Ying was afraid that someone would see her with a poor student. She immediately said, "All right, hurry up and leave. As for Yi Qian, I'll tell you what to do when the time comes." Recently, it would be impossible to teach her a lesson. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. If anything happened, the whole school would know. Chapter 113. Liao Jian couldn't wait to leave. When he heard this, he scurried away like a mouse and disappeared from Yi Ying's sight. Yi Qian from Class 2 is really amazing. She even has the chance to represent the country in a competition. How enviable. That's because she's really capable. Let's see if you still dare to speak ill of her behind her back. Gao Yang's cold voice came from the other side of the tree. She's just a girl. You guys said so much about her before. If you're a man, you should go and apologize. I should go and apologize. Why don't you come with me? Hearing this, Yi Ying, who was about to leave, stopped. She wanted to hear Gao Yang's reply. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, You want me to go with you? I'm afraid she'll run away even faster." She didn't hide her disgust for him. Yi Ying's pupils constricted. After the footsteps left, she laughed softly and left the reading pavilion expressionlessly. Once Yi Qian found out about Gao Yang's family background, would she still run away? She would definitely be like a housefly and keep a close eye on him. In the entire school, wherever students gathered, Yi Qian's name would always be heard. This storm continued until June. After June, the weather was so hot that people just wanted to soak in cold water to cool off. For Yi Qian, no matter how hot the weather was, it couldn't stop her from studying. In the teacher's meeting room, Yi Qian, who had already started a study room, began to systematically study the first year's curriculum. When the third-year teachers found out that Yi Qian had a 50% chance of representing the country in a competition, they spontaneously organized to sacrifice their lunch break and take turns tutoring for Yi Qian. As a teacher, it was their duty to teach their students. They were very willing to give Yi Qian private lessons. No teacher would dislike a student who could self-study all the third year's subjects in a month and achieve high grades. If this kind of talent was buried, it would be the fault of the teachers. 2 weeks before the second year's exams, the school finally received the results of the selection of students who could participate in the provincial exams. Other than Yi Qian, who had already been confirmed as a student, Gao Yang, Yi Ying, and Zhou Liao, a total of 18 students, would be sent to the provincial capital the day after the midterm exams. When Sun Dongxing heard about this from Yi Zhifan, she wanted nothing more than to hang a string of firecrackers at the door. Going overseas. Her daughter could go overseas to participate in the competition. This was such a great honor. Don't make so much noise outside. Ying still needs to pass 2 more tests. After Yi Zhifan finished speaking, he began to regret his words. With a stern face, he said, Ying went, and so did Jian Yiling. When Sun Dongxing heard that, she snorted and said, so what if that wretched girl went? She can't be more powerful than Ying. Don't mention her in front of me. Every time you mention her, I get angry. You only got first place in the entire cohort once, and you're already so cocky. Pooh. Ying has been in a bad mood for a whole month. I'm too lazy to talk to you. There's a meeting in town tonight. You and Ying can eat by yourselves. Yi Zhifan, who had just returned, picked up his briefcase and walked out of the house. He didn't want to stay with his wife for even a minute longer. Sun Dongxing stared at her husband's back. After a while, a cold smile appeared in her eyes. She turned around and went back to the kitchen to make dinner for Ying. Today was Friday. After school, all the boarding students would go home. When Yi Qian walked out of the school gate, he didn't walk in the direction of town. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction. Along the way, there were students returning home after school. They were all wearing the same school uniform. From afar, it was impossible to tell who was who. Yi Qian walked about 200 meters before he stopped. Someone was following him. Chapter 114. Fuck, why is she going up the mountain? A youth wearing a tank top, flowery shorts, and flip-flops was chewing gum. He stared at the girl who didn't want to walk on the main road and insisted on going up the mountain. Going up the mountain to go home. The blonde youth with the word Dao tattooed on his arm looked at his companion. Do you still want to follow? Yes. The youth in the tank top looked down at the flip-flops on his feet. Fuck, let's go in and take a look. If there's anything good, come back and tell Brother Liao. You go after her first, I fucking wore the wrong shoes. The Brother Liao they were talking about was Liao Jian's father. Liao Yud. Once they entered the mountain, they would be in Yi Qian's territory. Yi Qian, who was standing behind the tree, looked coldly at a yellow-haired young man who walked past her. She looked back and saw another young man who was chasing after her while cursing. After the blonde youth walked out of sight, Yi Qian walked out from behind the tree and stood directly in front of the youth in the tank top. She smiled and said, "Why are you following me?" She walked out directly, scaring the youth who was walking with his head down. After being stunned for a moment, he recognized the student who was blocking his way. Fuck, she's gone. The blonde youth rushed to the front but didn't see anyone, so he immediately turned back. After 3 to 5 minutes of separation, he saw his friend with a piece of yellowish yellow rag stuffed in his mouth. His upper body was naked, and his hands were tied behind his back to a pine tree. He was struggling with a muffled sound. Fuck, what's going on? When the guy in the tank top saw his friend come back, he wasn't happy. Instead, he struggled even harder. His eyeballs seemed to be convulsing as they kept rolling upwards. The woo-woo sounds coming from his throat could be translated as, up, up. Unfortunately, the blonde youth didn't know. He ran over and cursed, "Fuck, who the fuck did this? Who did this?" "I did it, what do you want?" Suddenly hearing a girl's voice, the blonde young man subconsciously took a step back and looked up. He saw a girl in a school uniform on the tree looking at him with a smile. "Isn't this the girl who was following me? You followed me for a few kilometers. Tell me, who told you to come here?" On the tree, Yi Qian's gaze was cold as he looked down from above. His beautiful face was as cold as the moonlight. "You don't want to be like your friend. Speak clearly before I get angry." What young people hated the most was being looked down upon by others, not to mention that he was just a hooligan from a small town who was used to being unreasonable. Hearing this, the yellow-haired young man was furious. He lifted his foot and kicked the tree. "Fuck, get down here." Cursing and kicking was quite impressive, but he didn't see that his friend was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants. "I'm afraid that if I come down, you'll have to run." Yi Qian, who was speaking, held onto a tree branch with both hands and landed on the ground in a standard high jump. He smiled at the yellow-haired young man who was trying to show off. "Looks like you guys are going to be in the same boat tonight." Even without months of training, Yi Qian was still capable of taking care of two hooligans. He didn't even need to expend any effort to take them down. "Young lady, I'll talk, okay?" The yellow-haired young man, who was knocked to the ground by Yi Qian, begged for mercy. "It's Brother Liao. He asked us to keep an eye on you for a few days." Chapter 115. Yi Qian grabbed his wrists and said with a smile, "It's too late to say anything now. Be a good boy and go with your brother." "Brother Liao. Liao Yud. Why would he let someone follow him? Did he know something?" Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He waited for the other party to stand up in pain, then he tied him up against a tree. "I'm a student. I'm afraid of people like you. Tie him up tight so you don't follow me." The two youths were about to cry. Damn it, they were the ones who were afraid of her. On the road, Liao Jian led Ying and said, "I don't know when your sister got involved with the army. She usually stays at the camp where the new recruits gather. She even takes their car back to the village on Fridays." Liao Jian, who was in the group of students, said with a fierce look, "How do you want to deal with her?" "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult." She was indeed capable. She even got involved with the army. Ying pursed her lips and smiled coldly. "I really underestimated her in the past." She walked a few steps and looked at the road that wound into the mountains. She frowned. "Why don't I see you? She's probably up ahead. Keep walking." Liao Jian didn't finish his sentence and disappeared into the group of students. Yi Qian, up the mountain. Ying also saw the figure walking from the side of the mountain to the road. Her gaze was like a poisonous gelatin, glued to Yi Qian's back. After a while, her lips curled into a cold smile that made Liao Jian's heart skip a beat. She said slowly, "I underestimated her. I have to let her know that she can't step on my shoulders just because she's in the limelight." His gaze, which seemed to be laced with poison, was too real. After dealing with the two young gangsters, Yi Jian stopped and looked back slightly. His black eyes were as cold as metal. Since Liao Yud sent people to follow her, how could Ying and Liao Jian be involved? Could it be that she was wrong? It wasn't that Liao Yud was still following him because of what happened that night, but, was it related to Ying? That's right. Xia Jinyuan had said that it wouldn't be a problem to lock up someone like Liao Yud for 3 to 5 years. Now, he was back early. Thinking about the secret interactions between Ying and Liao Jian, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Could it be that Yi Jifan played a role in this? Was that why Liao Yi came home? The army's jeep is parked at the big corner, Yi Jian thought to herself as she jogged towards the jeep from a brisk pace. She had to ask Xia Jinyuan first to see if he had any leads. However, in the past 2 months, she had been to the army quite a few times. Usually, she would fight with the soldiers on Saturdays and Sundays, but she had never once met that elegant and dangerous man. He didn't know if he would be able to meet them this time. Perhaps, he could ask the soldiers. On Sunday, the sun was even hotter than Saturday. There was no wind, and even the cicadas were scorched by the sun and stopped chirping. Yi Qian, who was carrying a sniper rifle on her back, hugged a pine tree with both hands. She took a deep breath and climbed up the tree like a cheetah. She was undergoing close-range combat training within 30 meters, and her opponent was none other than a real sniper in the army. She had been waiting since noon. As the sun gradually tilted, she waited until the sun set in the west. Finally, the owls in the deep forest made the sound of foraging. After 10 hours of waiting in ambush, Yi Jian remained motionless. Her expression was still indifferent. Some ants fell from the leaves and landed on her sweaty neck, causing her skin to itch. Chapter 116. Yi Qian did not move and allowed the ants to crawl up his neck and into his hair. The target would appear in this area. Now, it was a standoff between snipers. It was a contest of patience, perseverance, and who could shoot faster. The starry sky was beautiful tonight. The bright stars hung in the sky and the boundless beauty made the soldiers resting in the small open space reluctant to look away. Captain Xia, how much longer do you plan to sleep? A soldier with an assault rifle on his back asked Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping on a rope. It's been 10 hours. Don't let the little girl wait for too long. Little girl. Under the starry sky, Xia Jinyuan lazily blinked his eyes and said with a faint smile, Little girl. Do you think the person who killed 5 soldiers in one day is a little girl? 5 soldiers. I think it's too little to let them clean the toilets for a month. Sigh, this was a headache. Old Man Zhen and Uncle Qin had taught this little girl. Now, as long as she returned to the army, she would be trained by the soldiers in the unit. From the regiment commander to the political commissar to the battalion commander and squad leader, everyone was a little scared. That little girl. She was as cunning as a fox. She was so smart that they had to plan carefully if they wanted to catch her. Xia Jinyuan, who had been away on business for 2 months, came back last night and learned about this. He originally had 2 days of rest, so he came out with the soldiers today. He hadn't seen that bold girl for 2 months. He wanted to see how much she had improved. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was heavily painted, held a sniper rifle in his arms. His eyes were cold and sharp like an eagle's. He flipped down from the rope and made a gesture. A total of 5 soldiers gathered in a circle. 11 hours later, the bushes began to shake. Yi Qian opened the night vision scope and put his eyes on it. A figure swept through the bushes and disappeared in an instant. Yi Qian, whose finger was already on the trigger, paused for a moment and gently moved his eyes away from the scope. He was teasing her. No movement. Is there a mistake with the target? Let's wait and see what's going on with Captain Xia. 2 figures flitted through the bushes and hid close to the tree. They whispered to each other in the darkness, cross interference, try again. In order to lure out the sniper, the crosshair interference would be carried out at the same time. Using a tree branch to prop up the helmet, he then used a thin fishing line to wrap around the tree branch. As he released the line, he quietly began to interfere with the grass and trees. The shrubs shook again, but Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and continued to stand in his original position on the tree, motionless like a statue. She only had one goal, which was to find the sniper in the troop. The rest of the soldiers were not her target. Through the night vision goggles, the whole world was green. Not only were there moths and mosquitoes in the forest in June, but there were also poisonous snakes, rats, and ants. A colorful venomous snake that was only as thick as a little finger slithered through the leaves and quietly hid in the bushes. Xia Jinyuan carefully stepped over it. With a sniper rifle in his hand, he carried a cold and bloodthirsty aura. He appeared in the forest like a beast foraging for food at night. Captain Xia, the target was not found. Team A's voice came from the earpiece. Team B and Team C's voices came one after another. Neither of them had found the target. Xia Jinyuan, who had already passed Yi Qian's position, ordered lazily before hanging up. Go back and wash the training uniforms of the two squads for 2 weeks. Chapter 117. The 6 soldiers almost burst into tears. Last night, when they came back, they punished their comrades from Class 5 to clean the toilets. Today, when they came back, they punished Class 2 to wash their training uniforms. They might as well have run 10 laps around the field. It was 9:00 in the evening. It had been 13 hours since the ambush began. Finally, about 400 meters away, the leaves rustled softly. It was very soft, like the sound of a wild rabbit running through the forest. But Yi Qian knew that it wasn't the sound of a rabbit. It was her target, the other sniper, who was moving. During the day, Yi Qian could accurately hit a target within 370 meters if he had a wide field of vision. But sniping in the forest at night was much more difficult. Half an hour later, the leaves rustled softly again. Yi Qian moved his eyes closer to the scope. In that green world, it was still quiet, without a trace of movement. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, gently pulled back his camouflage helmet. A gunshot came from his 4 and hit his camouflage helmet. In a split second, Xia Jinyuan moved his sniper rifle and shot at a tree about 6 meters away from his 4. There was a faint smell of chemicals in the air. Yi Qian's shot had failed, and at the same time, his counterattack had failed. The guns in their hands weren't real sniper rifles loaded with bullets. They were sniper training rifles designed to be identical to a real sniper rifle. Similarly, the bullets weren't real bullets either. There was a sound like a snake slithering through the leaves. In a flash, Xia Jinyuan jumped and dodged Yi Qian's first sneak attack. Since the 30-meter sniper had failed, it was time for a close-range attack. Yi Qian held an unopened military dagger in his hand. When the opponent jumped and dodged, Yi Qian didn't hesitate. He closed in on him, raised his dagger, and attacked again. Her attacks were all deadly moves that could kill her opponent once they were successful. Fast and fierce, with a murderous aura, it made Xia Jinyuan's heart skip a beat. This girl. The energy in his body was as if he had killed countless enemies. There was a faint bloodthirsty aura around him. Yi Qian, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, was up against Xia Jinyuan, who was 1.86 meters tall. She played to her strengths and avoided her weaknesses. She was as nimble as a sly fox, and when Xia Jinyuan attacked her with his bare hands, she was forced into a situation where she couldn't retreat. As she counterattacked, her slender and nimble body, in the blink of an eye, she slipped between Xia Jinyuan's legs, turned around, and appeared behind him. What an agile girl! Even this was avoided by her. However, Xia Jinyuan smirked and turned around. His tall and straight body transformed into a beast pouncing on its prey as he reached for Yi Qian's throat with one hand. This was an extremely satisfying fight. Yi Qian's fighting spirit was completely aroused. She stepped on a tree trunk with one foot and let out a soft cry. Her body instantly soared into the air and she grabbed onto the thick branches hanging from the tree trunk. Her slender body seemed to have transformed into a bird in the forest, but her legs were sharp and fierce as she kicked straight at Xia Jinyuan's chest. Bang! Bang! Xia Jinyuan, who had kicked his chest twice, raised his eyebrows and dodged for the third time. His lightning-fast hands were like iron pliers as he grabbed onto Yi Qian's slender ankles. Then, with a forceful pull, Yi Qian was pulled down along with the vines. Then, with a twist, Yi Qian was pinned under a thick layer of withered leaves. He purposely chose the ground so that Yi Qian, whose chest was on the ground, would fall on the thick layer of withered leaves to reduce the pain caused by the impact. Chapter 118. Little girl, you're the first person to kick me twice in the chest in recent years. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly. His clear voice broke the atmosphere of the fight. You're very strong too. I'm afraid there will be 2 bruised footprints tomorrow. During the fight, Yi Qian felt like Xia Jinyuan. However, he thought that it was unlikely that Xia Jinyuan would practice with him, so even if he had doubts, he didn't say anything. When he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice, he let out a long sigh. Captain Xia, are you trying to bully me? It's a waste for an all-round soldier to fight me. She was still struggling, trying to escape from under his body. Xia Jinyuan looked at her youthful face through the night vision goggles. The smile in his eyes deepened. For now, no one can escape from me. Save your energy. You're a bold girl who defeated 5 of our soldiers in one go. Hey! Could it be that he had specially come here to seek revenge? Shouldn't you be more grateful to me? The feeling of being pinned down in the dead leaves was not an ordinary kind of uncomfortable, especially when his iron arms were holding her hands. He was so strong that if she moved a little, he would tighten his grip. Look at this little fox. She really knows how to talk. She hit the nail on the head. They were indeed thanking her. That was why the 5 soldiers had to clean the toilets every day to reflect on themselves. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Indeed, we have to thank you. That's why I came here personally. Do you admit defeat? Even though he felt that he had an unfair advantage, he found it interesting when he saw the bright and beautiful expression on the little girl's face. Admit defeat. Why not admit defeat? Yi Qian didn't struggle and sighed. I admit defeat. Of course I admit defeat. It doesn't matter if you're an all-round soldier or not. I didn't win against you. This is the difference between our abilities. Every time she met him, she would see the difference between them. The little girl had always been able to accept her shortcomings and didn't avoid them. He admired this very much. The difference between our abilities is a few years of training. It's the difference between an underage girl and an adult man. But little girl, you can kick me twice in less than half a year. That's enough to make the soldiers in the army blush with shame. There are a lot of ants in the dead leaves. Get up first. Xia Jinyuan loosened his grip and pulled her up from the dead leaves. Yi Qian, who was about to get up, suddenly chuckled and launched another sneak attack. He jumped up and wrapped his elbows around Xia Jinyuan's neck from behind. He stepped on Xia Jinyuan's knee with one foot and pushed Xia Jinyuan, who was 186 meters tall, to the ground in an extremely valiant manner. This time, their positions were reversed. It was Yi Jian who straddled Xia Jinyuan's muscular waist. The dagger in her hand was directly placed beside his throat. Captain Xia, all's fair in war. Are we even? Xia Jinyuan's voice was cold. What do you think? With the dagger at his throat, Xia Jinyuan smiled warmly. His gaze slowly slid down Yi Qian's face and stopped between the two of them. Look down, little girl. Yi Qian lowered his gaze. Oh my God. A black pistol was pointed right at his chest. Putting away the dagger, Yi Qian shrugged and said in a carefree manner, I still lost. But. He blinked his dark eyes and smiled. It feels good to have an all-round soldier under me. Chapter 119. After saying that, Yi Qian even raised her hand and patted him lightly on the chest. She repeated, "It feels really good." In front of him was a 14-year-old girl who didn't know anything. What she said, at least, wouldn't make adults think otherwise. As a man, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly after hearing her words. Although he knew that she didn't mean anything by her words, when they fell into the ears of a man like him, he couldn't help but feel a little like an adult. And because he knew that she didn't mean it, it gave rise to a different meaning. What should he do? This girl who doesn't know anything, but can always provoke a man's thoughts. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened slightly. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him, which was enough to make a young man's heart flutter, and his thin lips slightly pursed. At 14 years old, she should know a little. Otherwise, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the future. When she stood up from his body, he wrapped one of his hands around her slender waist. With the purest strength of a man, he pinned the beautiful girl tightly onto his body. Not only did the unforeseen event happen suddenly, but it also happened inexplicably. The world spun, and Yi Qian was once again pinned to the ground. This time, she was pinned on her back. Suddenly, she felt as if she was carrying the weight of a man who was more than 186 meters tall, and she almost died. As she took deep breaths, the refreshing minty scent on his body enveloped her. The man's scorching body temperature even seeped through their clothes and rushed toward her body. This was no longer a simple fight. This sudden change made Yi Qian, who had never been so close to a man, instantly feel uneasy. Not only could she smell the masculine scent on his body, but as a woman's intuition, she also felt that the development of the situation was a little unusual. "Xia Jinyuan, get up." Just as her fist landed on his shoulder, he grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head. Yi Qian, who had never been so close to a man of the opposite sex, was a little flustered. She simply couldn't understand why Xia Jinyuan was acting so strangely. "Get up," she said through gritted teeth. Her dark eyes shone with a cold light as she stared at the man whose handsome face was covered by oil paint. "I'm very, very angry right now." Xia Jinyuan. Not only did he not get up, but his elegant and handsome face slowly inched closer. The man's slightly heavy breath was all over her face. Yi Qian's body tensed up, and she felt a sense of danger. "Girl, when you straddle a man and say it feels good while taking advantage of his chest, do you know what your actions represent?" he said in a deep voice. His voice was low and pleasing to the ear, full of sexiness and magnetism. "Do you know what it means?" "Ha." The last syllable was as intoxicating as red wine. "This is an invitation, you know. You're inviting this man, no?" After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yi Jian heard a man say such explicit words to her. Even someone as calm as her couldn't help but panic at this moment. "No. I don't mean anything else. Xia Jinyuan, you're too close to me. Your lips are almost touching my nose. Get up, get up." "But how can I tell that you're inviting me? It seems, a little too close." Xia Jinyuan, who realized this, raised his head slightly and looked at the girl who was so frightened by him that her face had changed. He thought to himself, as expected, I still need to scare her. She'll understand after a little scare. Chapter 120. But her eyes were really bright as the stars tonight. Yi Qian saw that he still misunderstood and became furious. "You're an old man, what's there to invite?" Not only was he 6 years older than her, he was also very dangerous. Even if she ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, she would never touch him. "Old man." She said he was an old man. Xia Jinyuan suddenly felt what it felt like to bring disaster upon oneself. He took a deep breath of the air filled with dried leaves and said with a faint smile, "The 20-year-old me is an old man." Fine, even if I'm an old man, don't you think that I'm much more attractive than those little boys in your school? Undeniably, that was true. But even if that was the case, what did it have to do with her? Can't we stand up and talk about this properly? She wanted him to get lost, but he refused. Yi Qian suppressed his anger and tried to negotiate. I'm really out of breath from being squashed by you. She was unintentionally teasing him again. But she had been suppressing him for a long time. Xia Jinyuan's face darkened and he did not let go immediately. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "You ungrateful girl, you're lucky to have met me. If it were another man, he would have knocked on your door in the middle of the night." She pulled away a little, but did not get up immediately. He knew a little about the little girl's temperament. If she really got up, her fists would come at him like raindrops. Jun Yan restrained his mischievous smile, and his clear voice was incomparably serious as he said, "Remember, girl. Number 1, you are not allowed to sit on a man's body. Especially on his waist. Number 2, you are not allowed to touch a man's body. Number 3, you are not allowed to use words like feel, press, straddle, or ride on a man. Number 4, I'm letting go now, so you are not allowed to do anything else." When Yi Qian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. But did he have to use such a method to tell her that men were not to be trifled with? She was scared silly by him. "Fine, I promise I won't do anything else." She was clearly gritting her teeth, but her voice sounded clear and calm. However, when Xia Jinyuan looked at the deep bite marks on his wrist, he understood that no matter how old a woman was, their promises were useless. Hiss, little girl, just how ruthless is she? How big was his mouth? It was just enough to leave a circle of teeth marks. Judging from her teeth, the little girl also had 2 canine teeth. Her teeth were also very neat. When he talked to her during the day, he could see that her teeth were neat and white as pearls. Yi Qian also realized how hard he had bitten Hua Xiaoheng. He pursed his lips and looked at the satchel on Hua Xiaoheng's waist. He reached into the satchel and took out the first aid kit that all soldiers were given. "Give me your hand." She lowered her head and muttered, "Even though he's so skilled, he doesn't know how to dodge. He could only disinfect it first and get the vaccine when he returned to the army." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to deal with it himself, saw her open the satchel on his waist. He knew that the little girl was also frightened. As he reached his hand over, he sighed and said, "You heartless little girl. You bit me as if I was your enemy." If he had really dodged, the hot-tempered little girl would probably be so angry that she would ignore him. If a bite could calm her down, then it wouldn't matter. Yi Qian opened the first aid kit and took out medical alcohol and iodine. She grabbed his strong wrist and said angrily, "How dare you say I'm heartless? If it were any other girl, they would have screamed for help by now." Chapter 121. She lowered her head and carefully and gently disinfected the wound. Xia Jinyuan looked at the girl's delicate and translucent skin under the light. The smile on his thin lips subconsciously became gentler. "Are you exaggerating? You seemed very scared just now." Yi Qian looked up and glanced at him. If it were a timid girl, she would have fainted long ago. "Yeah, so it's good that it's you, right?" She was indeed still angry. Sigh, the little girl already had a problem with him, and now she was angry. How long would he have to coax her again? His deep eyes held a faint smile as he said, "Fortunately, you didn't scream. Otherwise, I would be in trouble." After disinfecting the wound with alcohol and applying a layer of iodine, Yi Qian put away the medical supplies with a cold expression. "I'm angry now. Don't talk to me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was instantly amused. Of course, he had to coax her properly. The little girl was here, so of course he had to coax her. However, he still had to make things clear. He reached out and rubbed her head. That's why I said you have no conscience. Did you forget what I said before? 14 years old isn't that young, classmate Yi. His warning echoed in Yi Qian's mind. He suddenly felt his face turn red. You're not allowed to sit on a man's waist. You're fighting, how can you be so careful? You're not allowed to take the initiative to touch a man's body. Didn't she just pat him in a moment of happiness? You're not allowed to talk about your feelings to a man. Bullshit, it was all his own imagination. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yi Qian got. He glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "It's not what you're thinking at all." "What feelings?" "I'm referring to the feeling of winning." "What nonsense are you thinking?" Come. Drink some water first." Don't be angry, don't be angry." Xia Jinyuan looked at the little face in front of him. It was as if his heart had been soaked in spring water on a hot day. It felt very comfortable. He took out the military bottle and handed it to her. "It's clean. You didn't drink a single mouthful." When the little girl lost her temper, her eyes, which were originally as bright as stars, were now so lively that he wanted to touch them. If he really touched it, he was afraid that he would have another bite on his left hand tonight. Yi Jian took a look at the water bottle that he handed over and rubbed her temples as if she had a headache. Sometimes he was cold, sometimes he was deep, sometimes he was elegant, and sometimes he felt very close to you. Such an unpredictable man made her feel danger and wanted to stay away from him. However, his charm was that you wanted to get close to him and learn from him. Yi Qian didn't take the water bottle he handed over and glared at him unwillingly. He didn't want to continue this topic that wasn't suitable for him to discuss with her. After calming himself down, he said calmly, "I'm not angry. I know what you said. Don't mention it again. I'll be careful." Xia Jinyuan had taught her this lesson today, and it left a deep impression on her that she still wanted to hit him. She gradually walked out of her embarrassment and anger, but in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, it seemed like she was still shy. After looking at the little girl who was in a dilemma for a while, his thin lips curved into a sexy smile. At this moment, her usually cold eyes seemed to have a color that they didn't usually have. Although they were beautiful, they weren't seductive. They were like a blooming lotus, but also like peach blossoms. She no longer had that faintly discernible aloofness. Her cold eyes were bright, making her even more attractive. As if he had been staring for too long, Xia Jinyuan calmly looked away and casually changed the topic. "What are your plans for the summer vacation? Will you be in the military?" Chapter 122. It was not a bad idea to spend time in the army. After returning from work, he could tease the bold little girl. With the change of topic, Yi Qian quickly got over the awkwardness. She calmed down for a moment before replying, "No, I took an exam. After that, I'll be going to Australia. I'll be back by August 6th or 7th, taking an exam and then possibly going to Australia. The World Mathematical Olympiad." She did not say it out loud, but he could guess it accurately. At the same time, a smile slowly appeared in his unfathomable eyes. The World Mathematical Olympiad. Coincidentally, he had also taken part in it. Yi Qian saw that he had guessed it so quickly and looked at him with some confusion. Soldiers even care about this. Did he need to tell her that the path she was taking now was the path he had taken in the past? She was 14 years old and he was 14 years old. Such a coincidence. It really surprised him. However, why did he feel that she did not have much interest in this kind of meaningful competition? Take the exam well. It will be of great help to your knowledge. You'll meet a group of real geniuses. Their conversation style and talents are all worth learning from. The little girl had always had her own ideas. If she really did not have much interest, he was afraid that she would not put in much effort in the exam. There was a faint sound of static in the earpiece. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to press down on the earpiece. The lazy and relaxed expression on his face disappeared in an instant. His elegant eyebrows revealed a stern expression as he said in a deep voice, "Q King received. Please reply. There is the latest news from the international side of the stone-crushing operation." The commander's voice came from the earpiece. After he said a few words, Xia Jinyuan suddenly glanced at Yi Qian. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. The communication was cut off. Xia Jinyuan stood up first and looked meaningfully at Yi Qian. "Let's go. I'll send you down the mountain. Dad and Uncle Chen are waiting for you downstairs." It was already midnight. Yi Qian saw that it was so late and hurriedly stood up. "Why is it so late?" Let's go. I still have to go to school tomorrow." She didn't feel that it was very late at all. Why was it already midnight? After contacting the other 5 soldiers, a group of people came down from the mountain. Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian to the outermost sentry post of the army. Seeing that she didn't look tired, he smiled and said, "Let me remind you again. Remember everything I said before. And me. I told you not to mention it again." Yi Qian, who didn't want to talk about it at all, glared at the man who had wiped off the paint on his face, revealing his handsome face. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, she jumped into the car and slammed the door. The motorcade sent her back to the village to meet up with Uncle Jen and Principal Qin. Xia Jinyuan, who had a faint smile on his handsome face, watched the car leave. He stood there for a while and said softly, "What should I do? It seems that I like to see her angry face when she is annoyed by me." The regiment commander's voice came through the earpiece again. Xia Jinyuan turned around and jumped into the car with elegant steps that couldn't be ignored. He rushed to the regiment commander's office. By the time he returned to the dormitory, the sky was already bright. He took off his combat uniform and walked into the shower, revealing his muscular upper body. The cool water washed over his perfectly sculpted and extremely sexy body. When he raised his hand, his gaze fell on the bite marks on his wrist. Only then did he remember that he hadn't gone for the vaccine yet. Within 24 hours, he had to go to the infirmary at 9. When he lay on the bed, he thought of her fleeing figure again. In the brightly lit dormitory, the elegant yet dangerous man curved his lips slightly and closed his eyes to sleep. Yi Qian, who had been taught a special lesson by a pure man, spent the next few days waving her fists in the middle of the night. Even in her dreams, she was beating up Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 123. However, this education class that had left a deep impression on her had indeed taught her that when interacting with boys, be it in terms of words or actions, she had to maintain a certain distance from them. 2 weeks later, Fujian Town welcomed the end of the semester exam. Yi Qian and the other 18 students who needed to go to the provincial first school to take the exam had 2 days off after the exam. They left at 7 a.m. on June 29 and took a total of 18 hours to arrive at the provincial capital. This time, including the students from Fujian Town Middle School, there were more than 200 students participating in the provincial selection. Out of these 200 students, only 12 would be able to enter the national selection exam in the capital. After the national selection exam, only 12 people could represent the country in the World Olympic Games. These were the true elites of the elites. The provincial first school was the largest, best, and strictest school in the province. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. Yi Qian, who had rested well last night, walked into the school that she had no chance to go to in her previous life. The hot sun did not affect her mood. Headmaster Qin, who had accompanied Headmaster Chao, stood on the 5th floor of the male dormitory. When he saw Yi Jian strolling in the garden, he smiled and said to Headmaster Chao, this girl's mental fortitude is stronger than the average student. Others are still studying on this day, but she's walking around. The exam is also a psychological battle. It's good that she's like this. Principal Chow smiled. His expression and words showed that he had high hopes for Yi Qian. Only 12 students will be selected. The capital has always taken up more than half of the students. Even if only one representative from the province goes abroad, it will be an affirmation of the province's education. Therefore, once Yi Qian was selected, she would represent the country and the province. Principal Chen understood the hidden meaning in Principal Chow's words. However, he did not care about fame and fortune. He said calmly, "We just hope that it won't affect her life. She doesn't need interviews or news. This is what I hope for." This is also the request she made when she agreed to participate. "Old Chow, please bear with it. She doesn't need fame and fortune. Sigh, she's indeed a student taught by you." Principal Chow patted his colleague's shoulder and said with admiration, "Let's see if she can make it and become one of the 12 students." In this regard, Principal Chen had full confidence in Yi Qian, but, after a slight pause, he sighed and said, "Yi Qian really doesn't have much interest in this kind of competition. As for how to convince her to take the exam seriously and strive to become one of the top 12 students in the country, I'm afraid we'll have to do some brainstorming." After Principal Chow heard this, he laughed heartily. "I think there's someone who can convince Yi Qian. In fact, she will definitely do her best. Come, I'll take you to a place. You know this person." When Headmaster Chen saw who it was, his eyes turned serious. He looked at the young major and said after Headmaster Chow left, "I have a bad feeling about this." On such a hot day, Principal Chen suddenly felt a chill. However, Yi Qian leisurely walked out of the library and read the original English classic that she had borrowed. She took a slow stroll from 9 in the morning until 11 in the afternoon. She was still strolling by Swan Lake in the province's #1 middle school. Swan Lake was an old scene that had been preserved from the flames of war. The surface of the lake was clear and sparkling. Fish could be seen swimming in the clear water. The willow trees on the bank swayed gently in the wind. Chapter 124. Birds flew across the surface of the lake from one side, and landed lightly on the other side of the lake in the ripples. Yi Qian sat on a stone bench and looked at the picturesque scenery. He raised his head and covered his face with a book to block the sunlight that shone through the willow branches. Feeling the cool breeze by Swan Lake, he felt peaceful and had no other thoughts. Yi Qian. The peace was broken. Yi Qian didn't respond. He closed his eyes and refused to be disturbed. Provincial First High School used to be Gao Yang's school. He came back just to accompany Ying. The two of them whispered as they walked along the embankment. They saw someone sitting comfortably under the green willows. The slender figure was like a scene in a painting. Ying secretly bit her lip and didn't say anything. She just waited to see how Gao Yang would respond. "We're going to the cafeteria now. Let's go together." Perhaps he was used to Yi Qian's indifference. Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He said lightly, "The cafeteria is a bit far. Let's go together." It would be rude if she didn't answer. Although, she didn't mind being rude in front of him. She took away the heavy English original book that blocked the sunlight and opened her eyes. There was a faint alienation in her dark eyes. "Oh, I know how to get there." She patted the hardcover book. "You guys go first. I still have to read for a while." "Read for a while?" Yi Ying's gaze fell on the thick English classic. She seemed to have heard a joke. She laughed and said, "I really want to know. Can you understand it?" Gao Yang glanced at it. "A ferry to arms" was translated into Chinese as "A Farewell to Arms." It was the early masterpiece of the famous American writer Ernest Hemingway. It was regarded as a classic in modern literature. This book was based on Hemingway's own experiences in the war. It was a sad and moving elegy with war and love as the main theme. Provincial First High School's library has a lot of high-quality books. You're a Fairy to Arms is the original. Reading more can improve your English. Gao Yang, who was fluent in American English, did not doubt that Yi Qian could understand it. He had seen it in the previous English exam. Yi Ying had originally intended to embarrass Yi Qian, but in the end, she received his pertinent advice. Feeling uncomfortable, she smiled and said, "That's good. If there's anything you don't understand, can't you ask Gao Yang?" "Yi Qian, we're from the same school. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal and talk about tomorrow's exams." "Is it that difficult?" "It's not difficult. I just don't want to be with you guys." Their relationship was already like this. Did he expect her to have anything good to say? Yi Qian smiled as he looked at Yi Ying, whose words were full of sarcasm. He said slowly, "Moreover, we both know that we have nothing to talk about. Why do we have to put on an act? Sorry, I'm a more honest person. If there's something I don't like or hate, I'll say it directly. I'm not like Yi Ying, who likes to destroy peace." The only thing missing was the word hypocrite pasted on Yi Ying's forehead. Moreover, the two people she hated were together, and they were even going to the cafeteria to eat together. Sigh, she would vomit while eating. Yi Qian. Hearing that she was mocking her hypocrisy, Yi Ying was embarrassed and angry. She looked at the boy beside her in panic. When she saw that Gao Yang's expression was just as ugly, she suppressed her panic and smiled. "Then we can't be friends anymore. Yi Qian, remember, you're the one who rejected our friendship. Next time, you'd better explain clearly to others." Whenever she thought about what Principal Chin said last time, she felt suffocated. Chapter 125. I'm not rejecting you, but... Yi Qian paused intentionally and saw Yi Ying's expression suddenly become unnatural. She looked at him cautiously, afraid that he would say something unfavorable to her. Gao Yang, who had been rebuffed, pulled Yi Ying's wrist, glanced at Yi Qian, and said coldly, "Let's go." Since she didn't want to see him, then let's just leave. After what happened at noon, Yi Qian's ears were much quieter when he met the two of them again in the afternoon. The other students were immersed in their revision in the provincial first high school, but Yi Qian, who had already relaxed during the day, didn't enter the classroom. At 5:30 p.m., the sunset covered the horizon like a piece of brocade. Walking in the golden sunset, they walked out of the school gate with light steps. Tonight, they were going to the shooting range to practice moving targets. It was the training range of the provincial first high school, which was only an hour's drive away. An inconspicuous black car with a red flag was parked at the gate. The car was inconspicuous, but the license plate was conspicuous. It was the license plate of the Southern Province Military District. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian looking left and right through the rearview mirror. His handsome face smiled, opened the door, and elegantly got out of the car. "Student Yi, look over here." Seeing Xia Jinyuan in casual clothes, which lacked the coldness of a soldier, but was more languid and casual, Yi Qian's instinctive reaction was, "Let's go. Girl, get in." Then, Principal Chen leaned out of the car, smiled, and waved for her to come over. Yi Qian, who wanted to leave and had already retreated to the school gate, naturally took a step back and calmly walked over. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was troublesome, this girl was avoiding him like he was a snake. The air conditioning in the car was very strong, but after listening to Xia Jinyuan's words, Yi Qian didn't feel cold at all. Her bright eyes stared at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. Although she couldn't calm down, she still said calmly, "How can I help you?" "During the whole process, I need to do something. Did you see that?" This was the little girl who dared to face the criminal alone, dared to fight side by side with him in the night rain, and was not afraid at all. Yi Qian, once you agree, do you know that you will be in danger at any time? He looked at her deeply, but there was a faint smile on his thin lips. Moreover, if there is any danger, we may not be able to support you immediately. When it came to serious matters, she was no longer trying to hide it from him. Sigh. He had to admit that this bold girl had a spirit of adventure, but she was not impulsive. It was indeed reassuring. Yi Qian didn't answer immediately, but looked at him with a half-smile. When she saw that Xia Jinyuan's gaze was slightly restrained and his expression was a little unnatural, she slowly said, Captain Xia, the reason you came to me, other than believing in me, is that you think I'm the best choice, right? Principal Chen was already laughing out loud. Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, Yi Qian was groomed by me and a first-rank sergeant. You're asking her if she's afraid or not, and if she's in danger. You're asking the wrong question. Then, he said to Yi Qian, girl, everything is fraught with danger, but the most important thing is how you're going to resolve it. Working with the military and having contact with the international police, I don't want you to miss out on such a good opportunity to practice. Although, I'm also very worried. But, girl, worry and fear are like stones on the ground. You have to step on them and you'll be able to step over them steadily. As a soldier, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to move forward.